Start. Want to hear your state of play takes? I haven't watched it. Maybe we'll start off this stream. Why am I so loud? Myself, I'm being loud, but I'm probably not loud on stream. Felt like I was screaming. We'll watch it. At least the important stuff. I saw I saw God of War. Vehicular Threat. Thank you for the prime. Silent 2026 election song of up and coming North Carolina group. Is that the old ladies again? I don't really care about the old ladies. We don't do fun stuff here. We only talk about drama. Uh that's loud. Here. Watch this. You see, people are saying boycott the new God of War because women. Yeah, I mean they're losers, bro. Like they do that for everything. They can't even take a cool game where like a Norse, like with Norse gods are like fighting other pantheons of gods. Like it's sick. But like no, I hate fun. I hate fun because women. Like all right. Oh, there's a new Reckless Baby video that dropped an hour ago. We'll watch that. We can watch Scott Pelley getting fired for saying Barry Rice sucks at her job, which is hilarious. That is legitimately so funny. With Asmon's in the State of Play's chat was done during that segment. Well, one, you should know what Asmongo's chat is saying at any given time because they're stupid. You shouldn't be looking at them. Two, don't tell me what they're saying because they're stupid and I don't necessarily care. They'll cry about anything. There's so much with Lego minifigs. I guess we're going to cover a lot of that today. We'll start with like the state of play stuff. So we'll start with God of War. We'll go into Wolverine. This is 23 minutes. Jeez, a freaking wheeze. Here is Cyrus Carmack Belton killer being acquitted of murder. Yes, the freaking gas station owner, guy who shot the black guy in the back. The child. He was like 14, right? 14 or 15. I did see that. 14, yeah. You can talk about Chet the Builder, I guess. We can also talk about California elections.
Oh, but just my mother always told me.
Bro, everybody's jumping on this Lego conversation. The kid who got shot for not even taking the water bottle. Yes, they shot him in the. I feel like shooting anybody in the back is a very hard sell for like self defense, right? But I don't even think they were arguing self defense. They're just arguing that it wasn't technically murder. And apparently, the judge before they before they finished deliberation came back in and were like, "Listen, guys, I'm not letting y'all go home. We don't want you to be tainted, a tainted jury. And so they kind of like rush through the deliberation to like get to go home faster. Okay, quick Lego recap for people who know nothing. Mormons, police, theft, corporation bad. Indubitably. Also squishy though, thank you for the 35 months. Dang chat, we're getting further and further away from that illustrious 1,000 subs. But we are almost at 40,000 follows. If you think about it as well. 115 away from 39K. Check out was murdered and no one is responsible. Great justice, and we got that's kind of how it is, you know. It's not like anything surprising to me. But oh, uh, my family knows the family. Apparently, found that out yesterday. That the kid who was killed is the son of my dad's friend. So I didn't know that. I've never met them, but like my dad told me that yesterday. It was just like that's kind of crazy. But he started watching it before others tapped in. No other spaces talking about how much worse it would be if Reckless Ben was even slightly brown. I mean, yeah. But we'll get into all of it. Get into all of it. Ugh. I have to show you this though. Also, you like my shirt? It says Black and Scholared. That's where I got it from. Etsy, I've never bought a single thing off of Etsy in my entire life. It was Howard. I wanted to show you this. This is somebody posting about the Lego corruption. Then I scrolled down and it said Reckless Ben and Nick Shirley are breathing new life into journalism. Sure, bro. Sure. Timu. I've also never ordered anything off of Timu either. See, back in my day, it was just Wish. It was wish.com. That's where you got all your stuff. Right? There was no Timu. I guess AliExpress was around, but like only if you were in the know. You get stuff on AliExpress, you know? But like you just got it from wish.com. That was the whole meme. Now it's just like Timu. Wish is better. Is Wish still around? Is the Timu of clothes? Yeah, I would say that. Where they have Reckless Bend and Stupid Nick. Yeah, because at the very least, the type of reporting they do is just vastly different. Nick is like, I'm going to go into like marginalized communities and like stir up drama, right? And hyperfixate on like crime done by brown and black people, right? Nick is not Nick. Ben is like, I'm gonna go and look at like white people kind of crime. You know, I'm gonna go see the corruption in the Mormon Church and the corruption in Scientology and stuff. And I respect that. They're not like I'm gonna make all the marginalized people look bad. I found the rest has been Reddit, and I think the PR firm is making fake posts. I saw one today who says they feel like bad for Josh because he got a lawsuit all of a sudden. Who's Josh? Oh, this is Josh. I was like Josh. Anyway, we'll get into all that. We'll get into all that. I want to start with yeah, Josh Lego. I can't believe that's his name. So why would I watch this on this channel instead of on the main PlayStation channel? It's the same. It's the same amount of time. That feels kind of crazy. I feel like you shouldn't like. I mean, I guess yeah, whatever. I was like, this is literally was uploaded like a day after each other, or at the same time, basically. So these people just kind of downloaded this video and posted this on their channel, which honestly, kind of respectful. I respect that. I mean, we okay. We either start with this is a long video. Might start with the updates to the Lego drama. That's what you're all here to see.
Dear creator community.
Also, Patreon weighed in.
A family can sign their.
Here, we'll start with this. For those who don't know anything about the situation and they've not been tapped in, we'll start with this.
Lego collection worth around $200,000. A family can sign their Lego collection worth around $200,000 to a bricks and minifig store. Consignment means that the store sells your stuff for you, but you still own it until they sell it. Then store ownership changed hands, and the new owners and their corporate brand took the position that the consignment was never authorized, that the old operators weren't even allowed to make a deal. So, as far as they're concerned, it's not their contract to honor. The family's response is, there's a signed contract, the collection was always ours, give it back. Now people online are.
But like, okay, even if that's true, the consignment, even if that's true and the consignment's false, it's not their stuff. That's like claiming you don't have to pay the water bill because of the water that's in your tank underneath the store or whatever. It was already there when you got it. No, you still have to pay for that water. It's not your water. It's not yours. Okay, but imagine somebody was like working in the basement, right? Imagine somebody's like an employee is like stocking in the basement, and then like the corporate and new owners came in and was like, okay, everybody else out, right? And the employee doesn't get out in time. They lock the doors. Sorry, we own you now. You were in here when we took the store over. Like that's not how that works. You don't just gain ownership over just whatever is in your store when you took it over. It's not yours. That's craziness. Also, CoffeeZilla is making a video on this, apparently. I saw his Instagram post. Or not Instagram. Twitter post. Possession is 9/10 of the law. Won't be surprised the law treats it as abandoned. But, I mean, I don't think that's the case either. Right? You can't just claim that it is abandoned, you know? It's like if I took over your stream and claimed your sub money. Kinda. You only bought the actual property of the previous owner. Anything that they didn't own wasn't sold. That's not necessarily true because the contract is valid because you do take on the liabilities as well, right? You don't just buy the physical store, right? You can't have it both ways, right? You can't like just be like, oh no, the physical store is and the item is what I bought, but I didn't take on the contracts that were signed by the previous owners as well, right? Because the inventory that you have is also under contract. It's not your inventory, you know. Like, what about the other minifigs that weren't from Brian? Right? How did you get in contact with those? How did you come in possession of those? You can't have it both ways. You can't simultaneously be like, oh well, like we get to have everything that having to do with the store is ours now, except for that one thing that we don't like. It's not good for us. The building is probably leased. That's a contract there too. Yeah, but they said no, thank you. Now they own the building. They were like, yeah, we don't want that contract. Actually, we'll take everything in the store. We just won't take the water bill. We won't take the rent, right, and the lease. We won't take that. We won't take the consignment, right? We won't take the electricity bill. We won't take any of that. We want all the other. We want the water. We want the electricity. We want the items, but we won't take on any of the contract. No, thank you, please. You can't do that. Or to get another YouTube lawyer, it seems like the owners of the consignment need to file another paper every time the store changes owners, declaring that they are still the owners. Some argue that Brian never did that, and the company can argue that Brian doesn't actually own Legos anymore. I think that lawyer is stupid. Right? Because like it makes no sense for the onus to be on you as the person. Like, because again, if that's the case, then when the store changes hands, they're no longer Brian's anyway. You can't sign anything because you don't own them anymore, right? Like, file what? If at the moment the store changes hands, right? If at the moment the store changes hands, those Legos cease to be Brian's. There's no paper that he can sign to get them back, right? Because if there was, then there would be nothing stopping him from signing those papers now, right? What's the difference between like 1 second after the store changes hands to like 1 day or 1 month or 1 year, right? Because if that's the case, he should be able to sign that or file that paper right now and still get his stuff back because it's still his stuff. Does that make sense? Similar's going on with a guy who buys 0.01 stuff at Home Depot. He got in legal trouble recently because he did this with stuff that wasn't in the inventory yet. Just not unlisted. What's 0.01 stuff? $1. Oh. I was like, what's 0.01 stuff?
Are furious at the police. To them, it's obvious. Those Legos have been stolen. That's a crime, so just give it back. Now, people, it's not their contract to honor. The family's response is, there's a signed contract. The collection was always ours. Give it back. Now, people online are furious at the police. To them, it's obvious. Those Legos have been stolen. That's a crime, so why are the cops calling this civil and saying there's nothing they can do? You may have heard these words, and too often, it just means that the cops are copping out. Now, this Lego case is genuinely messy. There's a real fight over whose contract even counts. So maybe a court really is the right place for it. But the outrage is pointing at something that is real, because too often police just default to, it's just a civil matter, and then head out. Let's imagine a contractor takes your $10,000 deposit, does zero work and vanishes. Is that civil? Someone borrows your car and they keep it. Civil? A lot of time police will tell you so, but they are flat wrong. Taking someone's property, knowing it isn't yours, that's called theft. And the line between a civil dispute and a crime really comes down to one thing, and that's intent. And figuring that out, whether there is this intent, requires police work, like looking at documents, conducting interviews, deciding who's telling the truth. So if a police officer ever waves you off and says, look, that's civil, ask them how they know, because a lot of the time they're not sure and they're just making it up. A family can sign.
Yeah, but then they'll just lie and then they'll leave anyway. What recourse do you have? This is a perfect example of why the system and structure of policing are fundamentally broken. Fundamentally broken. Right? Because you have no recourse. You know, there is zero recourse unless you have money. Unless you have money. The goal here in the entire society is basically to make life so inconvenient for certain people so that they have to side with you. Right? And most of the time, the cops just like their job is to make life more convenient for those same people. Right? If you think about like going against a company in like a litigation, the goal is to make your problem so annoying that the company just would rather pay you out or solve your issue than continue to deal with it. However, cops serve capital, and so their job is to make sure that there are no inconveniences for companies, which is why the cops will actually side with the owners of these stores here. Right? And a good question of like, and here, we'll look at this as well.
Let me start with consignment law, because I suspect most of you, if I asked, would tell me that consignment is when you let a store sell your stuff and you keep ownership until it sells. The store is just a babysitter. If the store goes under, your stuff comes home. That intuition is only partly right. It's also partly a trap. Under Article 9 of the Uniform Commercial Code, specifically Section 9102A20, A consignment of goods worth over $1,000 to a merchant is functionally treated as a secured transaction, which means if you don't file a UCC-1 financing statement with the Secretary of State, a $20 piece of paper, your goods can be treated as the merchant's inventory and reached by the merchant's creditors. I'll say that again because it sounds wrong. You can consign property to a store. You can have a signed contract saying you still own it. The store can fail and get sold, and without that $20 filing, your property can legally end up belonging to the store's creditors and not to you. Did Mansell file a UCC-1? Almost certainly not. Is he doomed? Not quite.
But the issue is that, right, there is no way to litigate this with the store if the store like trespasses you before you even are able to, like, you know what I mean, to fix that issue. Like that's point number one. Point number two, what's stopping from filing it now? Is it just because it's already changed hands, so now it's like technically too late? Right? But also number three, this is for like a you know, the legal system, the court system, to be like, well, that's stupid. And this is kind of like how like verbal contracts are not necessarily legally binding, but in some instances, right, a judge will side with you and uphold a verbal contract, right? If there is a like a assumption that both parties had agreed to it, right? So again, it comes down to, and this is what I always say, right? You can kind of do whatever you want, and it literally doesn't matter, right? The court system is like genuinely like a case by case basis. Sometimes look at like previous cases, they'd be like, well, this is what the precedent is, but they can kind of just do whatever they want to. They can just claim like, yeah, it's stupid. This is a stupid law. You are owed those Legos back. Gavel bang, court, you know, hearing over or whatever. Or they can be like, well, you didn't sign this one specific form that was buried into like, you know, Article 9 of this 5,000 page legal textbook. So therefore, suck it. Bang, bang. You know what I mean? In jurisdiction, sometimes in some places, verbal contracts are very much legally enforceable if you can somehow prove it anyway. That's my point, though. My point is that it literally doesn't matter. There is no like, if anyone who acts that there's some consistency in the legal system, they're lying to you. Right? It's literally just about how well can you persuade this specific judge to either overlook what the current precedent is or to you know, decide with your side. You know what I mean? That's kind of it. You can the legal system is a complete like lawless land. You know what I mean? It's no man's land. But that's why rich people get away with it so often, because you need to have, you know, somebody who's taking on like $100,000 of debt to even navigate that in your favor. If you're like a poor person, you're not going to have that money, right? These multi-million-dollar corporations will have teams of lawyers to come up with these arguments. But like, you're just one person. You know, you're just one dude. You're kind of wrong. It's your attorney's job to figure out whether there's precedent or not. The judge can and will knowingly rule in opposition of precedent if it's not brought up. But that's my point. That's what I'm saying, chatter. I'm saying that the judge can do whatever they want to, and it's completely like it's fake. It's not real, right? Because you can bring up, right, your attorney can bring up the precedent, and then can still, you know, rule out opposition even if they brought it up, because your only recourse is just to take it to a higher court. That's literally it, right? That's literally it. Like, that's your only recourse. And if the judge is like in the pocket of Big Mormon, yeah, good luck. And that's kind of what this case perfectly demonstrates, right? Is that like you like the legal system is it's literally just like the no man's land of kind of just do whatever you want to. And if you have the money, you know, the money helps you get whatever you want done. Right? And what people are, and this is the important point that I think people are missing. People are like, whoa, what is this Mormon corruption? What is this Mormon solidarity here? That exists for like white people. A lot of people are missing, right? This exact conversation happens all the time with like white supremacy and the way that white people engage with the world, right? There's a level of like solidarity there where if you are just like a young black kid for like criminal proceedings as well, right? And you supposedly stole from a gas station, right? And they were just like, "Well, sorry, I have to defend myself." Like you're the jury, right, or a judge or what have you. Oftentimes, will see or find solidarity with, you know, the defendant, right, instead of with like you know the prosecution in cases like what happened in South Carolina. Right. So like that level of solidarity is always there, which is why people push for you know, more diverse like judges, right? More diverse medical staff, medical professionals. Right? More diverse cops won't help because they'll just, you know, cops are to protect capital regardless. It reminds me of Kyle Rittenhouse. Maybe the judge was just letting him walk around. And I wish I kept my freaking strawberry jam. Anyway, I want to get to this, which this is like apparently Patreon received a notice that was like, oh, Josh wants us to take down Ben's account or whatever.
Dear creator community, my name is Jack Conti, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Patreon. On May 29th, Patreon received an official takedown request filed by Bricks and Minifigs for media and accounts related to Reckless Ben and an ongoing dispute regarding a local Lego consignment issue. This is the verified complaint with exhibits. This is the request for immediate content removal pursuant to temporary restraining order. And this is the motion for the temporary restraining order and preliminary injunction. So after an extensive review and investigation by Patreon...
Keep in mind, a judge signed that restraining order. A judge signed the search warrant for the Airbnb. Keep that in mind. It's not just the cops. It's the entire way that our legal system operates.
Patreon's trust and safety team. We have, in fact, unfortunately determined that Bricks and Minifigs can stuff it. We're keeping Ben's page up. And if Bricks and Minifigs doesn't like that, they can sue us. Patreon out.
Okay, that's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. I don't see a pathway here where Bricks and Minifigs stays in business. I don't.
Someone actually hacked into the American Fork Police Department and released all the footage unredacted of my interactions with them. So this is the original footage I got with the redactions in, and this is the new unredacted footage. I'm lining them up and I'm gonna keep only the redacted parts to see what they were actually saying.
Chill. I understand.
Yo! Yo! We just started. That's crazy. Off rip, he's like, yo, put these people in jail. Yo, our system is cooked. Just jail people we don't like, America? Yeah, I mean, we already knew that they did that, but that's craziness. Judges, legislature, the whole Utah government addressed Representative Mormons. He has 40% LDS and 90% of the legislature is Mormon. It's like, honestly, I'm surprised it was not allowed to get that far, but I'm surprised it got that far. You know what I mean? Like,
I live like a capitalist.
I have thoughts on the Lego doc. I'll tell you after. Oh, this is a new video. We already saw the doc. What's up, Andre? Give it 13 months. Yeah, this is like the video that came out 2 hours ago about the unredacted footage.
No, we're talking.
Sadly, they weren't able to get the first 2 days where I was accused of having heroin on me. But the final 2 days, we were able to see a lot, actually. The footage starts with me going to Josh's house so I can serve him his legal court papers. Josh knows that if he goes to court with me, he's going to lose. So instead, a much easier option is he calls the police on me to prevent me from serving him.
His name is Ben Schneider. He's stalking my house. Will you come to my house, please, and come get them? I'm not.
You're saying like a video about stealing and you have a bunch of Gen AI art in it and kind of undermines your sense of justice. Yeah. Yeah, we noticed that in the video. Like they made like we blew up a picture that had Gen AI in it, and then it's like, oh, we made like you selling merchandise with generative AI in it. Like it's like, yeah.
I'm gonna have stalkers.
Are they there right now?
They're on the side of the house.
One of the dispatchers made a note here saying that
Which is clearly content
you were
for
gonna
us.
shoot
I mean, it's
someone.
true.
I'm done with this.
It's true. Which I think is why like this. I think the second video onwards is like even more interesting because it kind of shows that their content first strategy like had actually led them into like a real issue. They thought it would be like a funny like haha we make a content video about getting this person's Legos bag, and then they fell into like, you know, Mormon church corruption of the police department. So at the very least, there is a benefit to all of this, with like people learning about how the police operate.
Officer, can you please help me and my family and make this stop?
Yeah, absolutely.
She had a consignment deal with a guy named Brian Mansell. A year and a half, almost 2 years, she had this
Video has
consignment
done
deal.
permanent damage to lawyer up. Yeah. I hope people are learning from this video though. That's like, don't talk to the cops. That's the biggest L that they took in the second video. They just kept talking to the police like it would help them. Stop talking to the police. Stop talking with them. Right? The police help people like this. They don't help you. Even if you're like a white young adult who've never had any interaction with law enforcement, you don't have capital. You are not a capital owner. They will not help you. Their job is to protect him and not you.
With him, and she never paid him.
So right away, Josh is lying to the police, which we can easily verify with all of the metadata timestamped pictures that show that the Lego sets were in the store when Josh took it over.
He's hired this YouTuber. His name is Ben Schneider. He's Reckless Ben. They sent people in saying they're going to murder our manager. I'm done.
What are you guys doing here?
So we are in a court case with them, and we have to serve them legal papers.
She is a process server, and she's trying to serve you papers.
She's not a process server.
Okay.
Get the papers.
Have
They're
you-
fake
have you
papers.
dealt-
They're fake. Go get the papers.
I love that he's just like, she's not a process server, and they're like, okay. And he's like, they're fake papers. But they end up checking the papers out later on. So like, and they're real.
You're okay if everything is
Guy who's pro cop until he hears this story. No, they're still pro cop. They're just like, I don't like these cops specifically. It's these bad apples.
okay?
Absolutely. They're fake.
You got the see those papers? Yeah. So this is what you're trying to serve them with?
Yes. I wish we could just send him an email. I wish we could just send him a phone call.
And then this cop goes into his I don't know if it's this cop. Some cop then goes into the car and is like, hey, I'm calling about these papers. I've never seen papers like these before. Can you verify these and check these out?
Or the court could send it to him, but this is what we're required to do from the United States court. So we're just following the instructions of the government. He thinks if I just call the cops on me, he can get away with it, but we're showing him like we're not gonna let him get away with his crime. So
Okay. You okay if
She's looking at Airbnb, so she might not be a process server, whatever that is. It's just someone who serves papers.
papers to him?
Right, and she very well could have been. I don't see any reason that she wouldn't have been. Like normally I would be like, yeah, this is YouTuber or whatever, but like so far, like he has done his due diligence in like keeping things on the up and up. You know what I mean? Like he has actually like he created an entire like like charitable like organization, like a religious organization, to hold an actual legal lottery in order to make sure that he's on like the legal like up and up.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, hang tight. Are you okay if she just gives you the papers so we can just get
Have
her?
you looked at the papers? I've talked to the Kaiser Police Department. There's nothing filed. So no, I'm not accepting service from him.
Okay.
Absolutely.
What is it also doesn't need to be heard. Like the cops can just give him the papers. And you can verify that. Like, will the police be in charge of a court case? That's a great question. They always talk about how it's civil. It's civil.
Absolutely not. It's fake.
Okay.
It's not real.
That's completely fine. That's
Wait, is he standing in his yard with no shoes on? Full like toes out on the grass?
you have that right.
Yeah.
Literally, all this police officer has to do is be like, "You are served."
Put those piggies away. I'm not talking about the cops. Got him. Sorry.
And then all this police officer has to do is be like, "You are served," and then he doesn't even have to accept them. He can literally just drop them. But as long as you say "you are served," that counts as illegal serving. So why doesn't this cop just do that? Like this whole thing could be solved in literally 3 seconds. Like here, I'll time it. You've been served. Yeah, like literally 1.5 seconds, and this could be solved. This could literally be solved in 1.5 seconds. And this police officer is just purposely choosing to make this way more complicated than it has to be.
Hold on. All right. What do you
Yo,
want?
put some shoes on. He changed his shirt, but he
Done today.
Much
Besides, obviously, talk to.
as much as you humanly possibly can.
I can screen charges. I'm open to screening charges through our attorney.
Yeah. Instead of serving these court papers like the police officer promised me he would, this officer would rather screen all possible charges for me to see what random stuff they can make up about
beware
me.
of dogs. Pretty good.
I'm gonna go talk with him, give him his paper back, since you do not want this. Correct?
No, just give him the papers. Just provide him the papers. I'm so confused. You don't want this, do you? Well, because you don't want this, I won't give it to you.
Can I peek at it?
What was that?
Can I peek at it?
It kind of puts me in a little bit
All
of a
right, never
bind.
mind. It's fake. There's no lawsuit anyways.
Okay. So anyway, I'm gonna.
Bro, you'd be like, yeah, you could peek at it. You just let him hold it for a second. Let him hold it. He's like, nah, I don't want to do that because then that would be me serving you. And then, that's not good for you. So he asked to be served and the cop refused.
I'm gonna give this back to him.
Wait, I love that it says the American Pork Police Department. They're a part of the American Pork Police Department.
And trespasser.
Because here's the thing. Like, think about this logically. Do you think a process server would show up with a guy that's been harassing a YouTuber to serve papers in Utah?
Josh knows that if he gets served these papers, it's going to be really bad for him. And at this point, it seems like he's willing to make up any story he can to get us arrested before he gets served these papers.
They sent a lady in, and the lady's like, "Oh, I'm going to murder you," to Amanda, the manager.
And now, Josh has just committed a felony. Lying to the police officers about a false threat I made to get me arrested is super duper illegal.
He called the store a billion times,
Yeah, only cops can do that.
threatened the employees.
He does not want the paper. So
Does not want the papers?
here's that back for you.
Okay.
I'm not sure what this is. I've never seen something like that. To be honest with you.
These are court papers.
Okay. Have a good rest of your day.
Okay, see ya.
Yeah, process server's really going to ride with the YouTuber. I mean, how stupid does he think I am? They have fake service papers. And the girl is like, she's like, "Oh no, I got to."
God, he's just like,
serving these papers like they printed up a fake lawsuit, you know? And I'm like, oh yeah, do you think the process server would really be riding with the YouTube guy to deliver papers to a guy that he's been harassing? I'm like, do you think I'm stupid? I don't know what to do, man.
So, did you call the police again?
I just don't know what to do, man. I'm done with these guys.
We're ready and willing to arrest these individuals for Utah statutes for cyberbullying and
He's talking to the CEO of Bricks and Minifigs.
digital stalking.
Who actually made a statement, by the way? Does anybody have the full YouTube video? All I have is this video. Here's slight break in the story. Where's that? But you know what? We'll continue with this.
Because they're using electronic means for communication and coordinating their stalking habits.
Oh, it's digital stalking, not stalking.
It's all of the above.
Okay, got it.
But because they're continuing to use additional tactics and other things like that, thinking that they're being cute and whatnot, can't continue. So somebody has to be arrested to show that they can't continue to do this.
I love how like a private citizen can be like, this guy needs to be arrested, and the cops just do it if they have money. Isn't that kind of crazy? And right, all the back to blue people. If you're pro cop, isn't that kind of crazy? Going through all the body camera footage on YouTube. I have all the body camera footage. I'm not gonna sift through hours of it. So I think this is fine for now, at least.
Just kind of want to know what you want done on this.
As much as we humanly possibly can.
He's going to submit, have it screened for charges with our prosecutors, right, with our city prosecutors.
He is very adamant that he wants to serve you with papers, okay?
That's fake. That's illegal. You can't pretend to be a process server.
So
you can't. That's illegal.
Why not? In the state of Utah, to be a process server, all you have to do is be over the age of 18 years old. You got to be not affiliated with the case, and you can't be an attorney. And this girl meets all three. She is over 18 years old. I literally met her like 10 minutes before we showed up here, and she's not an attorney. So legally, in the state of Utah, this woman is a process server. And I already explained this to the police.
So anyone can be a process server. You have to be 18 years old, and you have to be not affiliated with the case. So she is not affiliated with the case. She's over 18 years old. That qualifies as a process server.
Okay. Well, maybe just have.
See, like again, he did his due diligence in this regard, right? This is where I do think he's different than like a Nick Shirley type, where it's like Nick Shirley is just like, or whatever. Like he's done his research to try to make sure he's on the up and up, and he's like genuinely confused. But he's like, why can't I do this? This is what the law says. Nick Shirley might actually be a napkin. I mean, what is he even doing now? Is he still crying or something?
Have someone.
Oh, right, Nick Shirley. You're right. Nick Shirley did grow up Mormon in Utah. He might agree with the cops on this. He's like, well, solidarity. I forgot about that.
Not affiliated with you.
That's her. Yeah, we have no relationship. That's why she's here. Yeah, that's why she's here. We have no relationship, and that is who she is. The exact person that you're describing.
That's fake. It is a lie. She's impersonating a process server.
So for this girl to be impersonating a process server in the state of Utah, she must either be under 18, which the cops took her ID and verified she's not under 18.
Do you have an ID or anything like that on you?
I sure do.
She has to be related to this case, which Josh says he's never seen her before, so she can't be related to this case. Josh has verified that. And so the only option left is Josh must assume that she's an attorney. But if Josh has never heard of her before, how does he know she's an attorney? And spoiler, she's not an attorney, but So I don't know what Josh means when he says she's pretending to be a process server, because it seems like he's verified that she meets all the requirements to be a process server. So basically what Josh is saying is, even though she meets all these requirements, and I acknowledge she meets these requirements, she still doesn't meet these requirements. You're making no sense, Josh.
Impersonating an officer of the court, that carries some, it's pretty significant, you know, like...
Yeah, you can't pretend to be a process server.
Process server, an officer of the court? Like, I guess maybe, I don't know. I literally don't know. I was just like, one of the videos he says that she's impersonating a processor. Another cop says she only has to be 18 in Utah, and that's about it. But they still go down this rabbit hole.
Sorry. Yeah, you can't. That's got to be illegal.
That's got to be illegal. Okay, he changed it from it is illegal to now it's got to be.
He's getting combining charges.
It's a Class A misdemeanor to impersonate a process server.
Okay. Look, Grok said it. This is what Grok said. He's like grokking to the cops. This is what like rich like people do, by the way. This is what rich people with capital do. They literally go to usually their lawyers. They usually do this not on camera to their lawyers. They're like, look at these protesters outside of my store. That has to be illegal, right? I asked ChatGPT and they said it was illegal. And the lawyer's like, it's not illegal. Okay, well, get them on something. Get them on stalking. It's like they're not stalking. Well, get them on disrupting the peace or something. You know what I mean? This is what rich people do. This is what rich people do. They call the cops to serve as their personal weapon. And the cops just do it because the cops benefit from it because they get overtime for it. Right? On paper, they're getting paid like $65,000 a year, but they're getting paid $80,000 of overtime just to stand around listening to people yap. It's not enough money for a rich person to do this. Isn't $200,000? He's going to lose so much more than any reasonable judge on this case. If any reasonable judge is on this case. Yeah, but he doesn't care about that. He cares. He's not thinking about the money. He thinks in this moment, he's like, there is no court case in his mind. Right? He's just like, these people are annoying me, and I'm rich and white, and, you know, cops, you serve me and my purposes, so get these guys out of here. That's all he's thinking about. He's not thinking about the money that he's losing. Conspiracy is he just wants Legos. No, I think he wants to dick swing. He wants to dick swing around like over like somebody he thinks he can bully. That's it. It's pure ego.
State of Utah.
So right now,
I want her arrested for impersonating a process server.
So right
I
now,
want her arrested. To be fair, like, I can't even get mad at him for saying this because the cops literally went up to him and they were like, "What? What do you want to happen? What do you want to happen?"
I can't just go and pretend. I can't go print up fake documents and go try to process serve people. That's illegal.
So these papers that you printed up are
fake. Yes, 1 billion, trillion, gazillion %.
Again, this is.
That's a big number.
I'm with the corporate office.
This is the CEO.
Oh, hi.
So,
He's
what's
like,
happening?
"Oh, hi, you have more money. What do you want, sir?" "Oh, hi."
Is we had a former franchisee, Mr. Schneider, is just a YouTuber that got a hold of the story and then went to this guy and said, "Hey, if I can harass these guys and if I can do some stuff and get some money out of them, will you pay me some of that money?" And that's what they're trying to do.
Do they have any evidence of this? Because it sounds like they're lying to the arm of the state. That must be illegal. Cops, arrest them. And then yourselves. You can't lie to the American Pork Police Department. You cannot lie to the American Pork Police Department.
The individual who actually owes the money left the United States.
And now Eamon has just committed obstruction by lying to the police officers.
Hey, that's what I said.
contract, forged a manager's signature up there, threatened to kill her.
I didn't sign no agreement.
Why do they keep saying that somebody's threatened to kill Amanda? Also, they didn't forge her signature. She signed it. Also, put those pickies away. And I'm not talking about the cops.
Beholden to somebody else's stupid agreement. I like how he can just lie to you guys. He's just straight face. Oh, he owes me $200,000.
I'll check with the court, see if it's a valid civil case that he's trying to push through, and we'll go about it that way, okay?
Thank you for holding. How can I help you?
Trying to speak with someone to verify if a case is, just verify if a case is real.
Yeah, looks like a real small claims case in our court.
Okay, thank you for your help. I think that's all.
Okay, I need to see. They go back and they say, well, it's real. He's like, no, it's not.
Okay, thank you.
And after this phone call, I guess the police officers turned off the microphone on their body cam because I guess they really didn't want literally anyone to hear this. Even if someone gets a hold of the unredacted stuff, not even we now can get it to hear what these police officers are saying. But anyways, the police officer ends up going back to talk to Josh.
They're screening some charges, okay?
Yeah.
But we're just kind of working through. It looks like this is a real case. It just hasn't gone to court, okay?
It's a real case. Who's it against?
You!
Against you, him versus you.
Ben Snyder?
Mm-hmm.
What an idiot.
So.
He's just racking up the charges, and we're working together.
So basically the consensus is we were all wrong here. However, let's just arrest Ben anyways.
Like, letting them go cannot be an option here, guys. Like, there's got to be something for cyber stalking, bullying, like.
That's so crazy. Listen, well, letting him go is not an option, right? You work for me. So you're going to get him on something. Find something for him. I don't know. That's crazy. That's insane. That is insane.
Things like, there's got to be something to send a message that this is not appropriate, this is not okay.
I'm in agreement with you. Again, that's why we're kind of working through this right now.
Hello. Benjamin, step out for me. Okay. Okay. Find you back. Am I being arrested? You're under arrest right now. Really?
I love you. I love you. Hello, officer.
There we go.
I love you. Okay, I love you. I love the American Fort Police Department.
So now let's get to the search warrant, where the cops raid my house because they heard that I was the one that stole the Legos from Brian. So I might have found out an answer of why this cop was so rough with me and threw my arm back. Before we enter the property, the cop warns all the other police officers to make sure we are not filming.
Hey, they're probably going to be quick to film. They're probably going to be quick to pull their phones out, so just be aware of that.
However, when we got raided, I instantly pressed the record button on my phone because I was terrified these police officers were going to do something and try and hide it from the public. But I guess the police officer sees that I'm filming, and once he sees I'm filming, I think he was like, as punishment for filming me, I'm going to bend your arm back upwards and injure you, is my guess of what happened, because afterwards he says this.
The main kid had his phone recording, so I shut it off, but...
The other kid had a GoPro. How many did you get? You got banned?
We got 5 right now.
Including Ben Schneider?
Yes.
Sweet. That's good.
That's crazy, bro. That's insane. Insane. Bro, if you're a rich white dude, you live life on easy mode. You have like $1 million private security that you can weaponize against anybody you want to.
Next, we got some unredacted footage of me using the bathroom.
Why is he staring? Why is he? You can't even turn your body camera away? Let this man use the bathroom in peace? Honestly, okay, I won't say anything about this cop, except I can say this is truly the American Police Department. Why is he so
Another
red?
thing about this unredacted footage is we get to see the police's entire office building. We get to see their detective board of us. We get to see that they're actually a member of the Church of Scientology Sucks. All my old school fans will know this, but basically I made a religion called Scientology Sucks. And it legally got approved by the IRS. And Scientology Sucks worships a gold plunger as their god. I even got it tattooed on my wrist right here. It's like a plunger cross on my wrist. I guess the American Fork Police Department is active members of the Church of Scientology Sucks because they literally put my god on their desk. That's exciting.
We have a felony stalking case right now. Felonies. Everyone's facing felonies.
That's pretty serious shit.
It's super serious. I know that you've been told all of, oh, it's a fundraiser. This guy stole $200,000.
Yeah.
If that was the case, that guy would be in jail.
Yeah.
So
no,
we're going to use critical.
Anyways, we're going to fast forward a bunch. So this is basically a spoiler for episode 3, but basically this Bricks and Minifigs company has nonstop been making fake bomb threats, fake fire threats, fake murder threats in my name that I'm going to murder them. The only problem is obviously these are all fake threats. I would never do something like that. But the police think that these are real threats. So now the police from Los Angeles, from Utah, they're all working together now to catch me. Here's a phone call from just a few days ago of the Los Angeles police calling the Utah police of them scheming of a way to get me arrested for all these mystery threats that I've been making.
Paul, we got a complaint from a guy in Provo about this guy Schneider.
Okay.
And so it seems like I talked to the guys in Sandy police too, and then trying to get a hold of Provo police. So it seems like, yeah, Schneider's kind of all over the place.
Yeah.
Basically, so he called me and he's just like, this guy's crazy. He's like making threats against us, my employees, our business, et cetera, et cetera. It seems like this guy might live in LA or his last known address is in LA. So I guess I'm just trying to track down like what you guys are doing, if anything. I know, like, at least I've been told that there's technically like a couple open cases. This guy's already being charged in Utah by 3 different places. Like, what are we doing?
Mm-hmm.
Any idea where he actually is?
No idea.
Okay.
I know we had asked to hold him until we had further, but I'm guessing they just let him bond out. So.
Okay.
The only problem is I'm in a place the American police have no jurisdiction over, so they're never gonna catch me here. Yeah, no American police in sight. Good luck finding me. You are never gonna find me, police officers.
I don't think he's in Mexico. This may be a hot take or crazy take. I don't think he's in Mexico. Do you think he's in Mexico for real? No, I don't actually. I think he went to Mexico as like a small vacation for a bit. Or he's probably just chilling somewhere. You know what I mean? He's probably just saying that, like, yeah, film some clips of the video. He's probably just saying that he's in Mexico just so they stop looking for him, which is probably pretty smart. I've heard that he never went to Mexico at all. I mean, he might not be in Mexico. Maybe Mexico, but he's not where the footage was filmed anymore. Wait, I didn't go live on YouTube. I did go live on YouTube. Okay. I was like, did I forget to go live on YouTube? No, I went live on YouTube. This has just escalated so heavily, bro. There's one more thing I wanted to show you though. Which was, gosh, Bigley, darn it. You know, my mother always told it was, did I close it by accident?
Dear creator community, my name is Jack Conti, and I'm the CEO
Let me start
and co-founder
with consignment law.
On May 29th, Patreon.
Where's it at? I had a video. Oh, it's this one. It wasn't on YouTube. This is the CEO of Bricks and Minifigs making a statement.
My name is Amnon McNeff, and you'll forgive me. I am reading this so that the statement can be clear and concise, but I'm CEO of Bricks and Minifigs. And I want to speak directly, not through a blog post, not through an email, just directly to anyone following what's happened in Salem, Oregon. To the Mansell family, I am sorry that you are in this position. A family that loved Lego and trusted someone with their collection deserves better than what happened. That has always been our position, and it has not changed. Here is where we stand today. We want to hear from you directly. We want to help facilitate a resolution of this through the proper channels, and that has not changed. We are willing to sit down with you with a professional mediator, one you're comfortable with, bring the consignment agreement you and the previous owner of the Salem, Oregon store created, bring your inventory list, bring whatever documentation you have, and we're not asking for perfection, we're asking for cooperation. We will bring everything we have too, and we will go through it together. We want to see this resolved. Brian, that's it. That's the offer. A mediator, a table, documentation, and a genuine effort to get your family to a fair place. No cameras, no stunts, no manufactured drama, just a real conversation. Now, I want to speak to the Lego community and our franchise family. There are more than 300 beloved Bricks and Minifigs locations across this country and Canada. Almost every single one of them is owned and operated by local families. Moms, dads, Lego fans, people who invested their savings and their hearts into building something for their community. None of them had anything to do with what happened in Salem. And yet their stores have been review bombed, their employees, some of them teenagers working their first jobs, have been cornered, recorded, and harassed. Their families have been frightened. Many of our locations have received bomb threats, extensive hate mail, and death threats. Family members have been confronted. Innocent, hardworking people are being hurt, no doubt incited by online profiteers. I want every one of our franchise owners to hear this directly from me. I see you. I'm sorry you're carrying this. You did nothing wrong, and you did not deserve what has been directed at you. We are here for you, and we are not going anywhere. To the customers and partners we love and who have stood by their local Bricks and Minifigs store through all of this, thank you. You are the reason these families keep showing up every day and why they keep doing what they do for you. To the Lego community, we deeply regret the confusion and toxicity that has been created by a few, and I'm here to say that we hear you and understand why the one-sided narrative may have led you to outrage. The facts are becoming clear and the whole and real truth is unfolding. And at this time, I want to acknowledge that we are striving to refine our processes and we have a renewed commitment to excellence for the benefit of all. And everyone else watching, if you genuinely care about the Mansell family getting a fair outcome, the best thing you can do right now is encourage Brian to come to the table. Brian, please join us at the table to work this out. We're ready when you are to find a solution.
Muted.
My name is Amnon McNeff, and you'll forgive me. I am reading this so that the statement can be clear and concise, but I'm CEO of Bricks and Minifigs. And I want to speak directly, not through a blog post, not through an email, just directly to anyone following what's happened in Salem, Oregon. To the Mansell family, I am sorry that you are in this position. A family that loved...
You mean you're sorry you put them in this position?
Lego and trusted someone with their collection deserves better than what happened. That has always been our position, and it has not.
Oh, right. This is about Legos. I completely forgot. All of this is about Legos, like the brick building thing.
Changed. Here is where we stand today. We want to hear from you directly. We want to help facilitate a resolution of this through the proper channels, and that has not changed. We are willing to sit down with you with a professional mediator, one you're comfortable with, bring the consignment agreement you and the previous owner of the Salem, Oregon store created, bring your inventory list, bring whatever documentation you have, and we're not asking for perfection.
Bring it where? You trespassed them. Where are they supposed to bring it to? They can't show up at your offices or they'll be arrested and jailed for stalking, felony stalking charges. So that's kind of how we got here in the first place, is that they tried to do this the first time and the second time and the third time, and you trespassed the original family. Then these YouTubers got involved and you trespassed them as well. This is entirely your fault. Do I have to go back and watch the first part one more time? This is completely your fault. BAM is toxic now. I saw a short from a small YouTuber who went to a BAM store and the comment section was on fire. I'm curious. I wonder, one, is there a Bricks and Minifig store near me? And two, what the reviews are like. There is. Okay, the reviews are fine because they're only from 7 months ago. What if I go to their Instagram? Okay, 9 weeks ago for their Instagram comments. So there's just no response from this store specifically. Bro, where is it? Why would I tell you that?
We're asking for cooperation. We will bring everything we have to, and we will go through it together. We want to see this resolved. Brian, that's it. That's the offer. A mediator, a table, documentation, and a genuine effort to get your family to a fair place. No cameras, no stunts, no manufactured drama, just a real conversation. Now, I want to speak to the Lego community and our franchise family. There are more than 300 beloved Bricks and Minifigs locations across this country.
Not for long.
And Canada. Almost every single one of them is owned and operated by local families. Moms, dads, Lego fans, people who invested their savings and their hearts into building something for their community. None of them had anything to do with what happened in Salem. And yet their stores have been review bombed. Their employees, some of them teenagers working their first jobs, have been cornered, recorded, and harassed. Their families have been frightened. Many of our locations have received bomb threats, extensive hate mail, and death threats. Family members have been confronted. Innocent, hardworking people are being hurt, no doubt incited by online profiteers. I want every one of our franchise owners to hear this directly from me. I see you. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I see you. Not I'm sorry for causing this. My fault. My bad.
You're carrying this. You did nothing wrong, and you did not deserve what has been directed at you. We are here for you, and we are not going anywhere. To the customers and partners we love and who have stood by their local Bricks and Minifigs store through all of this, thank you. You are the reason these families keep showing up every day and why they keep doing what they do for you.
Didn't you cut out the last family completely by stealing their franchise from out under them without giving them proper notice? Mr. We love our franchises. I'm pretty sure that's what happened. Because I'm pretty sure the former owners made a YouTube video on that as well.
To the LEGO community, we deeply regret the confusion and toxicity that has been created by a few, and I'm here to say that we hear you and understand why the one-sided narrative may have led you to outrage. The facts are becoming clear and the whole and real truth is unfolding. And at this time, I want to acknowledge that we are striving to refine our processes and we have a renewed commitment to excellence for the benefit of all. And everyone else watching, if you genuinely care about the Mansell family getting a fair outcome, the best thing you can do right now is encourage Brian to come to the table. Brian, please.
No, because he wants it swept under the rug. He's like, Brian, please come into a place where we have our team of lawyers and you're by yourself, and we like cuck you out of all the rest of your Legos, by the way. Please, Brian, please come under our terms. Sure.
Please join us at the table to work this out. We're ready when you are to find a solution.
Sure. Sure. It is a setup. I think that's where the story is at the moment. I know CoffeeZilla was talking about dropping a video at some point. I don't think it's out yet. The mediators, not lawyers. Distinction is important here. I mean, the mediators would include his lawyers, Chatter. Do you think you think he, as the CEO, is just gonna show up by himself? No, he's gonna bring himself and his lawyers, and there will be mediators. Like, he's not showing up without legal representation. Don't be a rube. He's trying to get Brian to show up and be cornered with a team of lawyers on his side, the mediator, and Brian himself. That's what companies do. Don't be fooled. You're being fooled by his rhetoric. Exactly. Ben and Brian and the family won't have lawyers in the mediation. But that's the point. He's like, come to the table. Come to the table. Orthodox mediation is different, even if a lawyer is conducting it. Chatter. You are being fooled. They're not showing up in good faith. Do you think, after everything that we've seen from this company, they're going to show up to this in good faith? They're not going to. They're not. They're not. Which is why he should not do it. He should not do it. There is no good faith from this company here. Their mediation, by and large, right, is always going to favor every legal proceeding that happens in this country favors the company. Every single one. Every single one. Doesn't matter what it is, right? Arbitration, mediation, civil matters, by and large, favor the company because they have the money, time, and energy to dump into their lawyers pouring over the minutia of the contract language and the arbitrary legal statutes, right? And you don't have that. You are always showing up on uneven ground. Always. Always. He should not show up to mediation. He should take it to court. That would be a better situation than because one, it would at least hurt them publicly, and they deserve that, right? Because that's what Bricks and Minifigs want out of this. Read my statements uncharitably. I'm not disagreeing with you with saying mediation always, just saying mediation always favors those in power. That's all I'm saying. That's what my take is. I don't know what your beef is. That's what I'm saying. He should not do it because it's the goal for Bricks and Minifigs is to, as they said in this video, take away all the public, perception that they're currently being heard on for their own decision making. Right? You're giving them an out by going behind closed and doing closed door meetings away from the public eye. It does not benefit you. It only benefits them. I'm saying he should not do that because it only benefits them. That's it.
One you're comfortable with. Bring the consignment agreement you and the previous owner of the Salem, Oregon store created. Bring your inventory list. Bring whatever documentation you have. And we're not asking for perfection. We're asking for cooperation. We will bring everything we have to, and we will go through it together. We want to see this resolved. Brian, that's it. That's the offer. A mediator, a table, documentation, and a genuine effort to get your family to a fair place.
Yeah, this is dishonest. They're lying. What they want is they want the public backlash to die down because their perception is being diminished, right? Significantly. He wants Brian to basically, come to the table quietly so they can be like, all right, guys, stop doing this because we're talking with Brian now. That's what they want. When Brian offered to do exactly this over a year and a half ago. That's it.
No cameras.
Right, and then you have the CEO of Patreon being like, you can stuff it bricks and minifigs.
Dear creator community, my name is Jack Conti, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Patreon. On May 29th, Patreon received an official takedown request filed by Bricks and Minifigs for media and accounts related to Reckless Ben and an ongoing dispute regarding a local Lego consignment issue. This is the verified complaint with exhibits. This is the request for immediate content removal pursuant to temporary restraining order. And this is the motion for the temporary restraining order and preliminary injunction. So after an extensive review and investigation by Patreon's Trust and Safety team, we have in fact unfortunately determined that Bricks and Minifigs can stuff it. We're keeping Ben's page up. And if Bricks and Minifigs doesn't like that, they can sue us. Patreon out.
Yeah. Anyway, that's the Bricks and Minifigs conversation. I think that's where it ends. There's other people jumping in and having their own takes and stuff, but that's where it sits right now. I think. Yeah, we watched all of these. Okay, this was the 13-day. This is 2 weeks, less than 2 weeks. But yeah, Ted the Builder, California elections, Barry Weiss. Ooh. Let's go Chad the Builder. Let's go in order from I mean, yeah, also Kratos' wife as well, and Wolverine.
Told me to wear a jacket when you go to dinner and when you go to court. And who knew today at court I would see a man get cooked, because Chud the Builder's news after today's bond hearing was absolutely delicious for us, but terrible for Chud the Builder. If you're new to this and you haven't already, please hit that subscribe button. Come along with this journey with me as we enjoy the feast that is Chud the Builder getting fried in court. Now, back into the video. Today was a very special and significant day for Chud the Builder haters and his supporters as well. Reason being is that he had 2 special bond hearings to figure out what was gonna happen to him if he could be freed, quote unquote, to do more live streams and, breathe fresh air, or if he was going to have to continue to smell old ratty jail clothes. One was set for an early morning appearance for that Nashville Dine and Dash incident. For those that don't remember, this is that incident where he was on live stream at a restaurant, got irate with an employee after he had already eaten the food, and then established that he was just gonna leave. Hey, I'm just gonna outright leave. Later on, he would get arrested for that, and he got out on bond, but what happens when you're on bond and get back in trouble? You usually face severe consequences. So the second appearance today in court was for the bond hearing for the incident that happened at the Montgomery County courthouse where he pew-pewed Joshua Fox. And let's not forget, there was a third issue of a harassment claim that he was out on bond for as well from a November 2025 incident, if I'm not mistaken on that date. So Chud the Builder's just screwed all around. When you're in trouble already and then you get in trouble again and then you get in trouble again on top of being in trouble again, usually that's a bad sign. But for whatever reason, Chud the Builder's supporters held out for him. And we'll get to that in a second. But we do have the results from that bond hearing, and boy, oh boy, are they not good.
And what Montgomery County courthouse is somewhat different from courthouses. Painted on front door, each of the doors to the Montgomery County Criminal Justice Center, as well as the historic.
This is the most southern, like, Dixiecrat accent I've ever heard in my entire life.
Painted on the front door, each of the doors to the Montgomery County Criminal Justice Center, as well as the historic building, the historic courthouse, is the code section saying no firearms are allowed on the premises. Understand, this took place outside the building. It took place in this evidence that was considered in General Sessions Court, and which apparently is stipulated here, that this incident occurred right outside the door of the courthouse as a result of an individual possessing a firearm which he had, they walked maybe 20 feet. You couldn't have it. With that said, I'm going to leave the bond the same that was set by Judge Poland.
This Judge William R. Goodman, is definitely a good man in my books. What he said while people were in court was that, I hear this self-defense case that Chud the Builder's team is making, and he has the right to do all these things. But the problem is that he defended himself with a firearm on a premise that designates by law that you cannot have a firearm. He goes on to talk about all of the other evidence that has been distributed throughout the day. And in that he states, yeah, based off of everything that I've heard, the previous judge before me sticking with that bond, hey, this is the basis as to why this bond has been doubled and will continue to stick and hold for Chud the Builder. You see, this is where these dumb-ass Chud the Builder supporters are getting.
I think Chud the Lego Builder, bro, a nerdiness thing really a gifted sub. I think what's funny about this is purely that he had like 2 months of fame. Right? That was his 15 minutes. 2 months. He got himself like jailed for like basically nothing.
Caught up with these online racists who are pushing these narratives on social media about what is going on and not sticking to what's factually being presented in front of us. Let's say he was self-defending himself. Let's say all these things were to be true. You're in a place in space that doesn't allow firearms. That's already against the law. He didn't run back to his vehicle that was parked yards and yards away to go get this gun. He had it on his person. That means he had intention to walk into court with it, which would have been illegal, which I don't still understand. Do they not have metal detectors? I went to court recently to get some like paperwork notarized and pushed through the county, and they had metal detectors. I don't even understand what his thought process was, which almost.
I mean, he's stupid. That's kind of the answer. Well, he did shoot himself. That's something, and he didn't kill anybody. The guy he shot lived. All he did was shoot himself and get himself arrested for what?
Makes me think that Chud was just out there to antagonize people, not necessarily to get any work done for the benefit of him. But I digress in that situation. That same judge goes on to read a Tennessee statute about bond, and I'll break down some of that stuff just in a couple of seconds. But he goes on to read these Tennessee statutes about bond that talk about every person being arrested has a right to a bond. However, that does not mean that there aren't restrictions that do apply. And after all that taken into consideration, that judge is going to keep that $1 million bond. Now, the problem for Chud the Builder is the fact that bond companies can only bond up to $100,000. So if he needed to get bond, if he could have the possibility of getting bond out, he would need up to 10 bond companies to sign off on this. And that's just not gonna happen.
So I'm gonna leave the restriction in place. Any bonding company would be limited to.
When he raising up on charities, I don't even think it's enough. He can't access it because I think the judge stipulated that he can't access it. But I don't even think it's enough, even if he does access it. His bond's like $1 million, like $1.2 million. I don't think he made that much money.
100,000 translates into 10 bonding companies to make $1 million bond.
Now, there was a little bright spot for the Chud the Builder supporters. Alex Rosen from I Fight for Kids, a social media platform that advocates for children who are susceptible to chatting online in these online chat spaces with, adults, i.e. a pred catcher, stepped to the podium and decided to defend Chud the Builder.
Call Alex Rosen.
Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Speak up. Speak in the back.
This is how he showed up to court? Bro, Chud ain't sending his best. Chud ain't sending his... Didn't we fight a war against people like this? So like the Civil War or something? And then these people lose?
Now, I'm not here to pass judgment on what he's done in the past as far as his social media.
He's not 26. You shut your mouth. That's not true. He is? No, he's not. Bro, that's my age. We're the same age. Ohio 26? That's rough. He's 19. Under 30, that's real? No shots. Where's his hair? Okay, no beef. No beef to bald people. But like, just you gotta get rid of that, right? Am I wrong on this? Just go ahead and get take those sides out too. Go full bald. Born March 15th, 2000. Bro, I was born in 2000. He's like 6 months older than I am. That's rough.
No, I'm not here.
That's rough.
To pass judgment on what he's done in the past as far as his social media content goes, whether it's good, bad, or indifferent. But y'all know how I feel about these people that claim to be catching these PDF files. But that's neither here nor there. Today, he is here to talk about defending Chud the Builder. And his claim is that, you know, he's a free speech advocate. And he has garnered up legal donations on his live streams, on his platform for Chud the Builder. And he is willing to fork over that money from his personal accounts.
Mr. Rosen, I've passed you a few stacks of documents. Can you tell the court what those are?
Yes, sir. So this document right here would be...
He's not. You're lying to me, chat. You're lying to me. This man is not 26 years old. Not true. Not true. Why don't you believe it? Look at him, okay? Look at him. That's not Chud, I don't think. No, they're not talking about Chud. They're talking about this guy. There are apparently two 26-year-olds on my screen right now. Technically, I'm 25. But
currently, what's in my savings account on my Bank of America banking app? That is who I bank with. And then this right here, if you were to scroll through the pages, would be my...
Scroll through the page. We're cooked. We're cooked, bro. He said scroll through the pages. If you were to just scroll through the pages here. We're cooked. The kids are cooked. Even though he doesn't look like a kid, I know. Yeah, he's 26.
Cash App statements that, for the most part, get deposited into this bank account.
All of this income you earn legitimately and you pay taxes on it?
Yes.
This says Business Advantage. I think you've identified this as your savings account.
Yeah, so basically it's a preferred savings account. So essentially, because of a certain amount of money I had in there, I think it's over 100K. Bank of America told me I was doing like some car note or something like that. They gave me the option to go meet with some advisor there, and he advised me to put the money into a preferred savings account. So that account...
Why Sean 37, big fan, love from Texas. Thank you, Chatter. I appreciate that. People do often say that I'm wise for my age. Very wise. Very wise. Indeed. Indubitably. Yeah, I found this job that I was going to apply for. I'm not going to tell you what job it is or who it's with. Yes, it is Raytheon. Oh, I'm sorry. It's not Raytheon. No, it's a job with a congressperson that I was applying for. So it's like an internship. Just so I can not have to freaking stream them in school. It is indeed Palantir. It's John Fetterman. Mentally made from the inside. Indeed. Binder, you can change him.
500,000 in. That would just be the preferred deposit account, so I could move that on any weekday during business hours.
Yeah, I'm just. Is this
Very
your
wise 60 minutes. True. I am taking over for Scott Pelly. Bricks and Minifigs is hiring. I hear. I did too.
personal funds, or is it under a business?
That's my personal account.
Okay, personal account. Okay. Thank you.
Now, the problem is the amount that he decided to fork over was $100,000, which is only a fraction of the money needed for a Chud the Builder in this situation. And it's not looking good for any other donations coming in. The reason why is because also discussed in court today was the ability for the dual company, that online blackjack dealing, whatever company, to wire those $1 million needed in order for Chud the Builder to get out of jail. The judge looked at that and said, hold on now. I know these ain't dice rolling funds. Oh, hell nah. And decided to go ahead and throw that out, saying that they were insufficient and not legal in Tennessee, especially because they were from some foreign entities. Somebody that's like,
that's hilarious. I'm sorry. That's really funny. That is really funny. They're like, it's like if freaking Steak was like, don't worry, Chud, we'll step in. They're like, dog, you're not even legal in the United States. You have to have a separate branch for US.
Like hard to trace back. I don't know why they thought that this random benefactor could get it off, but it was the stupidest thing in the whole wide world. So Chud the Builder on this day is losing left, right, and sideways. Guys, when I tell you, I could not stop smiling as I watched this live stream. And if this is live stream, this is gonna be great for haters of Chud the Builder to see universally. But the news gets even better. Something that we didn't cover a minute ago was the last time that Chud the Builder was in court, he was crying.
Bro, did y'all see him begging Aiden Ross? He was like, Aiden, please. Please, Aiden, I'll fight at your event. What do you need? What do you need, Aiden? Please, anything you want. Just please, can you pay my bond? Aiden was like, no. The only like Aiden Ross W that I've ever seen in my life. Hold on, let's see if I can find it. He couldn't even get Aiden Ross on his side. Aiden Ross and his lawyers are allegedly working to help secure Chud the Builder's $1.25 million bail after reported reported jail voice message surfaced of Chud offering to fight for free on brand risk.
Listen, Aiden, it's Dalton, Chud. If you can get me out, help with the bond. Listen, Aiden, it's Dalton, Chud. If you can get me out, help with the bond. I cannot access my funds until I get out of here because no one has access to any of my Gifts and Go or my crypto wallets, etc. I have to get out of here so that I can get verification processes to get into all of these funds. I will fight for free. If you can help me out to post bail, I will fight for free. We'll do whatever it is you want to do, bro. I need somebody with...
This reminds me of something that I don't want to say because it's a spoiler for a show that's on Amazon. But if you know the show, you know what it kind of reminds me of. You know what I mean?
Do, bro. I need somebody with big money who can throw down, who can support me.
Anyway, this is Aiden's response.
Can you bet on Chud the Chud guy? What's his name again? Yo, holy shit! So he is on here. Can you pay his bail? Imagine the clips, dude. Fuck no, absolutely fucking not. What the hell? Are you retarded? Can you bet on Chud?
They lost the radical Aiden Rosses, bro. They lost the radical Aiden Rosses.
Do mean crying to the judge about getting his truck back. Y'all know how those
didn't want any competition. It's kind of funny.
Builders love their trucks. Chud the Builder wanted his truck back. He didn't understand why his truck was getting confiscated, why it couldn't be accessed by his family members. So the last time that he was in court with no cameras,
was his truck impounded?
rolling, he decided to get pleady. He decided to cry about it. He said, hey guys, my fiance needs my truck. She needs it for transportation. She needs to get around. There's a couple problems here that I find to be a little bit shaky. If I'm not mistaken, Chud the Builder, when investigated by police, said that he was looking for mace when he was reaching in his jacket pocket. And that's when he pulled out the weapon and et cetera, et cetera. That's what caused investigators to look through his truck and see if there was any mace, which they did not find. But the reason why that's important is because, at least I think, they're seizing that as evidence. Hey, you said it was there. You had said something was there. We're gonna make sure that we comb through everything and try to figure out if this is there. So that truck is a part of evidence, gang. That's not going to get released anytime soon to you. Hell, at the court hearing today, they said that they searched
Well, like, why does he want his truck? He can't drive it. He's in jail.
Extracted the black box system, downloaded all of that for evidence. And after they're done stripping and flipping that car, that's when they'll return it to you. He's claiming that his rights are being violated, but he hasn't seen anything yet when he gets that truck returned to him and his fiance turned upside down. And that's another thing that questions me. You said it's your fiance. I don't remember you ever having a fiance. The only woman that we know in Chud the Builder's life is the woman who claimed that she was hitting him from behind a couple years ago, and this woman who was his baby's mother that said she didn't want anything to do with Chud the Builder. She wanted to remove his name from her son because they didn't want anything to do with them because of the wild
that's pretty funny
and insane stuff that he was saying. And let's not forget that Chud the Builder was the same guy who claims to have a fiance now that was in the mall flirting with some 16-year-old child. Like this guy is totally off his rocker.
What's your name?
Cameron.
Cameron? I was just talking about I need to find a cute little blonde somewhere.
Oh.
You got a boyfriend?
Yeah, and I'm 16.
Oh, okay, great.
But the reason why Chud the Builder and his team are going through all of this is because
crazy that the predator catcher, the predator hunter, came to this guy's defense. By the way,
because they want to portray that he has some sort of support system, this huge and fascinating support system. But I'm here to tell you, this support system that he has to be some of the stupidest, brain dead, and honestly clout hungry people that I've ever known in my entire life. The platform Channel 5, who's known for their investigative journalism, went down to a rally that Chud the Builder and his team or his supporters were having that was pushed by Jake Lang. You know, that guy that got kicked out of
Jake Lang got arrested again, by the way.
The courthouse the first time when Chud made an appearance initially about his bond. And when you look at how that rally turned out for Chud the Builder, it makes you question what type of person would support him. And it's seemingly nobody.
There's not really anybody here, but we do see some people right here. I see somebody. How's it going? We had heard that there was a free Chud the Builder rally.
That's exactly why I'm here.
That's why you're here?
Yeah, I was calling it Cap because I didn't think he was actually going to come. I drove around a little bit ago and didn't see anyone, so.
Is the political climate of this town kind of favoring Chud the Builder, or?
No. It would absolutely be the minority. It's funny, actually, because me and
I love her. She's funny.
some of my friends had reached out to the mayor like 6 months ago when this first started happening, saying that this exact thing was going to happen. So a little disappointed, but at least no one died, I guess.
Look at this. I had to keep this screen going. This is the actual rally. This is Channel 5 News doing their breakdown of said rally. Those three people that are there are with Channel 5. Those are 3 news correspondents. Everybody else, all 5 of them, actually the guy in the back, these people right here above me right here, they're also filming their own TikTok. They're probably doing their own investigative journalism. So these 3 dudes right here, these 2 dudes in black right here. And
it's funny because he didn't have enough time to actually make an audience. He got arrested too early, right? It's not like there aren't racist people, and they're not like there are people that wouldn't defend him, right? He just didn't have enough time. He got like a month, maybe 2 months of actual content, and then he got arrested. Races went too early.
And the one dude speaking to the guy from Channel 5 are the only supporters that Chud the Builder had. Now, there were some other people that were down there. There was some other young ladies, but this is Chud the Builder's support staff. Cowards who hide behind social media, cowards who hide behind anonymous donations, and people who are only there for the virality of it all, to get these clips off. The reason why I say that is because this Jake Lang guy, the guy who set up this whole rally, that 2-tier justice system, he wasn't even there himself.
There's no anybody like that being trespassed from anywhere. Hey, we're tired of this. Frisco has been changed, and y'all are doing your jobs right. Thank you. I love cops, but you guys, this is pathetic. My First Amendment right.
He said, yeah, I love cops, but this is pathetic, guys. Come on, guys. Guys, I love you guys. Let him go, guys. I love you. You're my favorites.
This rally today. Look at that. Love you, man.
Bro, he's so thumb. I'm not even talking about the police. Talking about this guy.
Thank you for your service. Don't never give up the fight.
Okay. This is okay. Do y'all see what I see in this picture here?
Love y'all.
Is it just me, or do y'all see y'all see it? Do y'all see what I see? Y'all see it, right?
We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame.
It's not just me. I see him everywhere. I see him everywhere.
Fight. Keep on fighting, Americans.
That's a video of
Maybe because he has a small face. Maybe that's what it is.
him on June 2nd in Frisco, Texas, getting arrested, doing his free speech gimmick again. The reason why this is important though is because he was supposed to be one of Chud the Builder's main mans, one of Chud the Builder's main supporters, the guy who set up the rally for him, but ditched him to get off another viral moment, proving that it was never about Chud the Builder. He didn't care about whether he was facing 56 years in prison or not. He was just there to get the viral shit off. And he left Chud the Builder for dead, essentially, as he was getting read that his bond wasn't gonna get pushed through, that they weren't gonna take all of this money from this fuddy-duddy company. I just gotta laugh because I know Chud is looking around in that courthouse with that same sad face, that face, as he's seeing the courtroom dwindle down from his supporters because they're busy tackling these other viral moments that's gonna make them go mainstream and viral and all this other stuff. That's hilarious. And speaking of his other supporters, this is why I call them stupid, mind dead, brainless, all this other stuff like that. Is because they were following these online accounts, these online racist accounts, telling them these pieces of news that gave them hope that Chud the Builder would be free. These idiots were blindly donating to a cause in which Chud the Builder wouldn't have access to the funds of. All the while, his support system is trying to do these back channel negotiations, get these lawyers to set it up so they can siphon off this money and push it to the family and friends of Chud the Builder to support them in this time. Meanwhile, in the actual real world, in the actual legal system, you have the courts ruling against him. This is from Robbie Harvey speaking on the situation in regards to Chud the Builder's donations from his supporters. The state of Tennessee has moved to revoke Chud the Builder's bond from April 8th, which we got the good news about today. Even with that, they've moved to block all donations because racists believe they can blindly give without understanding what due process actually is. All of you gave to a cause without doing your homework because you're relying on uneducated racists for information. Chud wasn't doing this for free speech. He was doing it to take advantage of you and your blind faith. Now he's hoping you'll come to his rescue for a situation he created. You don't understand, and you can still be racist and give to reputable organizations who push your nonsense, who do things by the letter of the law. That's what true freedom of speech is. People who do things the right way no matter the message. Yet you've wasted hundreds of thousands because a dummy thought it was a good idea to harass an entire race and shoot someone. And the superior race fails once again at understanding the basis. This Assistant District Attorney Chris West argued that Tennessee's source of funds statute requires donations to be verified. He said most of the money raised for Etherly came from anonymous or unidentifiable donors, making verification virtually impossible. So while all that money sits there tied up, waiting for somebody to rightfully access it, Chud the Builder is going back to his room sad. He's going back to his room angry, and he's probably going back to his room cleaning up somebody's drawers as these people probably press him behind bars. He's got no truck. He's got no real supporters. He can't even get these dice rolling sites to fund his way out of jail. All those people who are cowardly racists, who are hiding behind these anonymous donations, can't even support him the way that he wants them to. So now he's just sitting there with his kick money or party.fund, whatever weird ass streaming site money, and the donations on his book so he can get packs of noodles delivered to his room. But they're gonna jump him for that. This is a good day for Chud the Builder haters because it's not going well for him. And this just goes to show that if you play stupid games, you will win some of the dumbest prizes in the book.
Oh, well. I did see this yesterday. After I questioned Secretary Rubio on Code Pink and their ties to the CCP, the organization followed me out, berated me, and then their head person here in DC smacked me. I will be filing charges. Nobody hit her. Instead of answering for the war crime she supports, this APAC funded congresswoman continues to lie about activists.
Misinformed.
Whoa, okay.
You are misinformed.
Whoa, okay.
Wow. Backed. Charges filed. Charges filed. Violence is actually exactly. Here. Did y'all see this? This is the last thing I'll say before we get to the fun stuff. This. You see the old WWE lady slammed that one girl? No, I did not. So this is something I saw pop up a few times. Excuse me. On my feed. I think when Hassan was in New Jersey, I think this person like was on the stream. I think I saw that clip as well. I don't know if anybody has that first clip, but then this is a clip of him talking about like that interaction. He was yelling Twitch. Was he? Yeah, I didn't see that. Or was it like this guy? This guy. I don't have the clip. Somebody have the clip. Look at the clip. One of them. This guy's wearing a George Floyd shirt. I don't know what's on it. You don't usually see people wearing George Floyd like merchandise. Okay, I'm still gonna find it. I think I saw a caption that was like Hassan ran from a black person or something. Or I'm making that up. Oh, it was this. We found out Hassan Piker isn't so brave when he's not streaming on Twitch. This comeback should be in a jail cell. Isn't it funny how he won't redistribute his wealth to the black man who isn't afraid to call him out? I'd love to become friends. This wasn't the caption I saw before.
You Hassan, stay with me, baby. Ain't nobody coming. They're not coming to do nothing on us. You listen. I ask you a serious question. It's like
you demonstrate.
Most people
you demonstrate. You try to get your demands be heard.
No. I don't have.
But this isn't even the first. Okay, this isn't even the first clip. I saw this clip, which is basically like he said that. Yeah, I'll play it. He said he asked Hassan about like what do you do in a situation like that, and then he wasn't satisfied with Hassan's answer. But then he came back and asked him again here, assumedly. In here somewhere. Do I have to click through it?
There were clashes again overnight between protesters.
Observing and getting the truth versus
Hecklers have no decency. Oh, is this the one where like I think I saw
they don't have the proper medical care and
all of this is
Hassan said that he carried a flame or something. I think I saw that.
Good to see you, my friend.
This came out within 15 minutes.
Are still detained. Are back the money of the 170 billion and don't give them another penny. Previous decisions that they've made, even if they voted for a particular. Lock it in. Democracy.
Hey. Kick logo.
There's supposed to be a democratic process. Sometimes people make decisions. Sometimes ripping his throat out with your hands instead. And he was like, that's ridiculous. It is a little bit ridiculous, I'll be honest. But, you know, I have my hyperbolic moments too. Who cares? But yeah, like I said, I'm perfectly...
Two debates, Azra Mavandi and Sean Hannity.
Lock it in.
How do we solve these issues right here in the community?
Oh, here it is. Here it is. I found it. See, I found it before y'all found it. I haven't even seen this yet.
Showing up. Keep showing up. Keep. Look. We live under at least a theoretical democracy. There's supposed to be a democratic process. Sometimes people make decisions. Sometimes they disagree with the previous decisions that they've made, even if they voted for a particular party or a person.
One Piece pen.
And when things like this are happening, when we have people that are being unjustly detained, people that are simply waiting for their court dates, or people who are already at their court dates, what's wrong?
People waiting for their court date or at their court date.
You want me to move?
Stay focused. You good. You good, my boy.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, you heard me? Stay focused. You good. You good. But the people that's what you call it? Like you, Hassan, stay with me, baby. Ain't nobody coming. They're not coming to do nothing on us. You listen. I ask you a serious question. It's like
yeah, you demonstrate.
Most people
you demonstrate. You try to get your demands be heard.
No, I don't have demands. Stay focused. Stay with me.
No, not your demands. I'm saying their demands. There are demands that are being made inside of this facility by people who have been unjustly detained inside in heinous conditions.
And how we solve this? How do we solve this?
They keep protesting, and we keep showing support for them with the hopes that eventually it gets to a point where these institutions that are doing this violence feel a sense of accountability and they change what they're doing.
And you a socialist, right? You're done. You're a socialist. That's a political.
Yeah, not to get dangerous.
That's what it says.
Hassan, you said
What did he mean when he said socialist and capitalist?
Hey, yo, you know why I asked you that question? Because you're a fucking fraud. Hey, yo, all these people following you and shit, you're a fucking fraud.
What did he mean when he said America deserved 9/11? What did he mean when he said America deserved 9/11? What's going on, man? How you doing? What did he mean when he said?
Oh, is this is the Charlie Kirk situation? Why he gets so mad? And I think he already just didn't like Hassan. I don't think he's a Fed though. I think that he just doesn't like Hassan. I mean, it was kind of a lib take. I mean, here, I'll watch this. Because he speaks on this specific situation. Wasn't that FBA or no? Not that I know of.
They didn't come because of the people. They don't give a damn about the people. I mean, but until we start to organize and work like this, we are not changing nothing. Like people who come over here, talk all that, whatever. Like what is it? What's his name that came here? Tall dude. He got all his followers. He came down here. I asked him, so what do we do to, Hassan Piker. Hassan Piker came. So I asked him, Hassan, because everybody was following him. I don't know that motherfucker. This is my first time seeing him. I never seen him on the streets doing anything. I never seen him doing this. So I'm like, yo, Hassan, so what do we do to change all of this? He said, just keep protesting. I'm like, how long we protest for? Until the people that you're protesting against change their mind.
No, I don't agree with you. I disagree with you, chat. I don't think he's a Fed. From what I see, right? There are people who cannot like Hassan for like a difference of strategy reasons. Right? Like, I don't think he's a Fed, he's just misinformed. I don't agree with that either, right? I don't think he needs to know who Hassan is. You know what I mean? The same strategy though. That's not the point. The point is that I think, from what I saw when I seen this, is that he's somebody who is frustrated by the amount of attention that Hassan got when Hassan hit the ground. Right? Fed for free, which is worse. Take 5 minutes off. Y'all have, honestly, y'all are stupid. Y'all are dumb. Yeah, I'm gonna be real. Y'all are dumb. Y'all are so quick to like pop off to try to defend Hassan's honor without understanding that people can be frustrated by like Hassan's positionality as like you're doing what I think is frustrating him rightfully, right? That's what I think the problem is, right? You're talking about Dan Clancy and Kaya. This person, you have to show me that, 'cause that's not what I saw from this interaction. That's not what I saw from this interaction, right? As he was leaving, keep watching the clip. This clip?
Have the man. Stay focused. Stay with
No, not your.
Not this one. This one.
America deserved 9/11. I think that it's called a pretty simple concept called blowback. That's what I was talking about. I've already mentioned what I meant in 2019.
Do you support violence against ICE officers?
No, I do not. I do not support violence at all. I'm a peaceful person.
Okay.
I love peace.
I think that's a different person.
Do you work with the Cuban government?
I think that's the same person.
Cuban government?
I think, I don't know.
It gets more preposterous as you go on, you know? You can't entertain them at all, otherwise they just
I
start making things up, you know?
would have expected a sense of charitability, but
no.
Hassan, it turns out
with the Cuban government.
Do you guys have a vehicle out here that we can
Hassan,
take
can I
advantage
show
of?
got it over there somewhere. I don't...
Yeah.
We can break the chain.com.
Are you working with the Cuban
Stop
government?
Israel arms going through New York and New Jersey.
Yeah. Fuck Twitch.
We can break the chain. Break the
Yes
chain.
or no? Are you working with
Fuck
the Cuban
Twitch and
government?
fuck you.
You fucking view bladder?
Yeah.
Don't touch me.
That was pretty...
I think that's a different person. I think that's a different person. At least in that regard. Different person. I saw some clip at some point. He's talking the Black Panther guy too. Yeah, I think that's a different person. I further got a whole conversation with them before this. No, we saw that conversation. I'm pretty sure that's a different person. Right? For the black guy who was the Black Panther. Right, this person.
There are demands that are being made inside of this facility by people who have been unjustly detained. There are
This question. Like
yeah,
most,
you demonstrate.
Most
you
people
demonstrate. You try to get your.
You
want me to move? Well, first, political democracy. We live under a keep
all these issues right here in the community. Keep showing.
There you go. Lock it in.
How do we solve these issues right here in the community? Keep showing up.
Yeah, I think this is a different person, right? It might have been this guy with the kick phone who's saying that, but I think this is a different person. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure it's a different person, right? I don't think. What was he supposed to say? We take arms, brothers, storm the Capitol. I mean, maybe that's what he wanted them to say. Maybe to a certain extent, that's what he wanted, right? Because I don't think he's incorrect about like his framing about here. Like I don't think this sentiment that he's presenting is like inherently incorrect.
I never seen him on the streets doing anything. I never seen him doing this. So I'm like, yo, Hassan, so what do we do to change all of this? He said, just keep protesting. I'm like, how long we protest for? Until the people that you're protesting against change their mind. I'm like, get your dumb ass out of here. I told them to get out of here. They thinking I'm MAGA, I belong to MAGA. They're like, because I don't like him. But that's how the world is. Everybody's like, they're so socially conditioned to think a certain way. But he don't know anything. He's talking about he's a democratic socialist. That don't even make sense. How can you be a Democrat and a socialist? Like, it's contradictory shit. But people don't know nothing, so they just follow it. That's why the first duty of a revolutionary,
I will say, that's not necessarily what democratic socialist means.
is to be educated. You have to understand what the issues are. And
That
we are
ain't
in a
correct
class
interpretation
struggle.
of the
That's
song's
what
answer, though. Is it? Like, I don't necessarily think that that's an I think he interpreted correctly. He just disagrees with it. Right? I don't think he misinterpreted Hassan. Hassan said to get out and you keep protesting, and then you keep protesting, right? Until the people in power like move on that, right? And like you can agree with that. You can also disagree with that. And like not be a Fed. You know what I mean? That's what's weird about it, right? You were allowed to like disagree with that strategy and not be a Fed. I have not seen sufficient evidence that this guy is a Fed, but people are so quick to call this person a Fed because he disagrees with Hassan, right? Then he says we need to organize, so he does agree. He just doesn't like it came from Hassan. No, I think he's talking about organized in a different way. Right? Like, we have to be real about Hassan is a reformist. Hassan believes in reforming the system. Right? He believes organized for the ends of reform. This guy seemingly believes in organized to the ends of revolution. That is a disagreement in strategy. They don't agree on that. And that's fine. Right? That doesn't mean this guy is a Fed because he believes in a different strategy than Hassan believes. You know what I mean? Like, and you don't have to agree with this guy. You can see this guy and think, I think that it's dumb. I think he's stupid, whatever. Right? You don't have to agree with him. I think people are so quick to just throw the Fed label around. Right? Especially doing it to like defend Hassan when like, I didn't see evidence that this person is like, is a Fed. You know what I mean? You guys bring him away there like 12 hours after a governor sent brutal police to beat that of everyone was a misplay. That's got nothing to do with him away. I don't know his name. The Hamawi. Policy or strategy with people who are pissed at Democrats, rightfully so. So it's already threatened by the government. I don't think he can safely articulate further left positions. That's a MOE. Okay, that's a different conversation though, right? Hassan being able or not being able to say the things that he wants is, I think, separate from whether or not like this person is wrong for feeling his way. MOE. People on Twitter are calling him a right-wing black separatist, basically calling him anti-white racist right away, and that's kind of my my beef. You know what I mean? That's kind of my issue with the way I saw this, or I've saw this on Twitter. Amoe. Y'all are terrible with phonetic pronunciations. I think he's just a revolutionist, not a Fed or anything. Twitter is not isn't real life though. Twitter's just all kinds of nonsense. I mean, sure, but then like that could be applied to like, you know, to this guy too. You feel me? Or like to people on Twitter who are anti-Hassan as well. Right? Like I think the way that people are engaging with the discussions around this is just bad. Not good. You know? Reacts to what Hassan gave him. He doesn't know Hassan or situation. Yeah, and this is kind of my biggest beef where people are like, this is like a Fed who was like sent to like you know, to heckle Hassan or whatever. But I'm like, I think there is a world where like somebody who's an on the ground organizer sees like the attention that this random guy with a camera crew, right, or like a cameraman and like a bunch of people following him getting, and is like, I don't like that he's taking attention away from the movement. That doesn't mean that he's like right or correct, right? But I think calling him like a Fed or like implying that he's like disingenuous, I think it's like the exact reason as to like why Hassan has the perception that he has in a lot of instances. Or like anti-white, or like a right winger, or like MAGA. You know what I mean? I don't think he's on the ground organizer there. He didn't even know demands were being made. I don't think you're being serious, right? He's asking Hassan to articulate what the demands are, not that he doesn't know what the demand. He didn't walk up and be like, I don't know what's going on here, Hassan. Tell me what's happening, right? He's saying, how do we fix this, right? We see an issue. How do we fix it? Did we watch a different clip? He wasn't like, when he asked, how do we fix it? He's like, wow, he doesn't even know how to fix this. or he's asking Hassan for a his way in his way of organizing. You know what I mean? Like, this guy's biggest out from what I've seen is him like saying that democratic socialism is just like socialism under the Democratic Party. That's the biggest L that I've seen of him so far. But from what I've saw from this clip and this clip, did not like read as like disingenuous. Right here, I'll play this again.
They didn't come because of the people. They don't give a damn about the people. I mean, but until we start to organize and work like this, we are not.
Also, Hassan doesn't do anything because he doesn't know Hassan. He said, "This is my first time seeing Hassan." Right? Did he make an assumption? Yes. Is it his job to know the integral parts of Hassan's organizing? Really? Right? It's your job to realize, okay, this person doesn't know everything that Hassan does, but his anger is valid, so we're going to move on. That's what your job is, to do that. Not to just be like, Fed, he's a Fed. Oh, look at this Fed. Look at this black separatist Fed. Your answer is like, okay, this person is obviously upset and frustrated by the current state of society. He saw Hassan, right, with a large audience and a lot of people following him, right? And he's frustrated by that. He's powerless. We're going to move on. You know what I mean? And it's funny because that's exactly what Hassan did in this moment. Hassan answered his question to the way that he thought would be best answered. He kept asking this question. He just moved on. That's it. Hassan ain't from there. It's normal, more normal to see him as an outsider than to expect everyone to know and recognize to a streamer. To be fair, I think he is from New Jersey, but this is true. This is true, right? I don't expect everybody to know who Hassan is and the organizing that Hassan has done, right? And so understanding that there are going to be people, right, who see Hassan as phony or as fake and as a person using this as a cloud chase or whatever, because that also exists for like other politicians, right? Or like actual politicians. It's not a politician, right? Like people on the ground, community organizers are used to seeing politicians come down, photo op, and then leave, right? And so they see somebody with a huge audience and somebody with a camera. If we're going to make these statements, shouldn't he at least look them up? No! Genuinely, I don't expect him to. If he's an on-the-ground organizer, I expect him to be on the issue. I expect him to care about the issues. And if he sees somebody that he thinks is like phony or whatever, right, to ask him these questions. And if he comes to the conclusion that that Hassan's phony, who cares? That's my take. It doesn't matter. Who cares? If he's wrong about Hassan, whatever. That's it. I think people being like, oh, look at this Fed or whatever. I think it's silly. I think that's a silly thing.
Nothing. Like people who come over here talk all that, whatever. Like what is it? What's his name that came here? Tall dude. He got all his followers. He came down here. I asked him, so what do we do to, Hassan Piker. Hassan Piker.
Yeah, exactly. Anybody who does community organizing knows this just happens sometimes. Motivated people will take issue with word choice and turn it into something that doesn't make anybody bad or wrong in the situation. Exactly. Right? When you're dealing with these issues that are emotional for people, right? That has to do with their day-to-day issues, especially when you are not from these communities. Like it happened with like AOC as well. AOC on like the AOC and Chris Moss, perfect example of this, right? Perfect example of this. AOC, Chris Moss having an issue with AOC, right? Because he feels that like AOC doesn't do enough to help the labor movement and didn't do enough to help him. right? You can disagree with that dynamic, but the idea that like Chris Smalls is like now a Fed because he's not coalescing around like your favorite politician is silly, right? It should be like, yeah, whatever. This guy, he doesn't know who Hassan is. You know, he's emotional about this issue, whatever. And then you move on from that. Right? But like this idea of, am I being real? This is the same purity politics a lot of people in Hassan's audience don't like. They'll always cry about like the purity politics or whatever from the ultras, but they're doing the same thing for this guy. Except it's like, they need to be pure on liking Hassan or not. You can just understand that like this person doesn't know Hassan, doesn't know Hassan's organizing. And so that shouldn't affect how you view Hassan anyway. And then you're just like, okay, and you move on from that. Right? And if Hassan wants to change this perception that he has from these people, he can do that. Right? And he does that by like just doing what he's doing now. He just keeps doing that. So when he shows up the next time, this guy's still there, he's like, oh, this Hassan's guy's back. He shows up the next time, Hassan's there again. He's like, wow, that's the third time I see this Hassan guy. That's crazy. You know what I mean? Then the guy walk after him for like 10 minutes, yelling at him about being weak Twitch bitch. No, that's someone different. That's a different guy. He was being heckled by like 4 people. Yeah, if you're 100% aligned on strategy, you're an odd. These people watch their friends and their comrades be brutalized by pigs sent by the Democrats. Of course, they don't with Hassan's strategy of entryism. A lot of the chat think that the Twitch guy is also him, and that's kind of like the issue because like I didn't like he has a very like distinctive like voice. And I didn't hear that voice screaming at Hassan about like Tyre. Is it the one that says, you know why I asked the question because you're a fraud? Yeah, it's probably that.
They didn't come because of the people. They don't give a damn about the people. I mean, but until we start to organize and work like this, we are not changing nothing.
I just saw that he didn't think the statement was sufficient or I guess meaningful, which he can completely have an opinion on. I don't no idea why people took this way out of proportion. Because people are so like quick to like defend Hassan that anybody must be a Fed. Right? And again, you cannot agree with this guy. That's fine. It's fine to listen to what he's saying and be like, I don't agree with that. You know what I mean? That's okay. You can do that. The same way that this guy did that to Hassan. Right? He saw what Hassan said and was like, I don't agree with that. Right? The difference is that this person doesn't have that established like political capital. I think he's bad faith, but probably not a Fed. I don't think he's bad faith. It depends what you mean by bad faith, right? If by bad faith you mean that he just doesn't like Hassan, then like, yeah, probably. Then that's technically bad faith. Like anti-revolutionary.
Who come over here, talk all that, whatever, like, what is it? What's his name that came here? Tall dude. He got all his followers. He came down here. I asked him, so what do we do to, Hassan Piker. Hassan Piker came. So I asked him, Hassan, because everybody was following him. I don't know that motherfucker.
Like, I'm sorry. Maybe this is just my take. Like, I think if you are an on-the-ground organizer, you see somebody with a bunch of like political clout come down, I think it's right for you to be skeptical. You should be skeptical. It doesn't matter who it is. You should be skeptical. You should be skeptical. You know what I mean? I think it's right for you to be skeptical. And it's up to that person to demonstrate that they are the ally that they claim to be.
I don't see them. I never see them on the streets doing anything. I never seen them doing this. So I'm like, yo, Hassan, so what do we do to change all of this? He said, just keep protesting. I'm like, how long we protest for? Until the people that you're protesting against change their mind. I'm like, get your dumb ass out of here. I told them to get out of here. They thinking I'm MAGA, I belong to MAGA. They're like, because I don't like him. But that's how the world is. Everybody's like, they're so socially conditioned to think a certain way. But he don't know anything. He's talking about he's a democratic socialist. That don't even make sense. How can you be a Democrat and a socialist? Like, it's contradictory shit. But people don't know nothing, so they just follow it. That's why the first duty of a revolutionary is to be educated.
Because he pretended not to know him, then saying that he asked the question knowing that he was a fraud, so he did know some shit. I mean, sure, I guess.
Have to understand what the issues are, and we are in a class struggle. That's what Fred Hampton said. We're in a class struggle. God damn it! I mean, you're gonna hear people sounding nationalists, black nationalists, white nationalists. Yo, we are in a class fucking struggle, and in a few years, maybe 15, 20 years, all these people, middle management jobs, you're gonna lose all.
You think he wanted to hear a more militant stance? Yes. Yeah, I do think so. I think, again, it's why I think there's a difference in strategy, right? I think he wanted to be a more like, we need to completely deject from the current system, right? We cannot like be beholden to the people who currently in power to change their minds, because they're not going to change their mind, right? It is a different strategy than what Hassan believes, and that's fine. That's Fed behavior. He got the government on him. I don't think this person, like, one, knows that, or two, should know that or care. I don't think that on the random black people on the ground should be like, well, Hassan can't say effective strategy because the feds are on him, right? You know that because you are in Hassan's audience, right? But I don't look at like the people on the ground to have that take, right? I don't expect the people on the ground to like wait for the government to be off of Hassan's case for them to want to push for a more militant strategy. You can disagree with that strategy, Chad. You can personally think that is a bad strategy because Hassan has the government on him. You can think that it's ineffective, or that it won't work, or that it's too dangerous. You can believe all these things, but what this expectation that like everybody needs to be aware of like Hassan's position in like being accosted by the government, and need to filter the strategy that Hassan says through that lens. I think that's silly. Right? It's like Occam's razor. Like, the most likely answer is the simplest one. This guy probably just doesn't know much about Hassan. He probably like has heard of Hassan Piker before. He probably knows that this is a guy with a large following online who came down to where he is with the camera and was like, I don't really rock with that much. Right? Let me see what he has to say. He asked him a question. He got Hassan's answer. He was like, I don't really rock with that much. That's infinitely more likely than like this guy is a Fed because he knows Hassan's being attacked by the government, but still expects him to be militantly like anti-police and like to say to take up arms against the government or whatever. I just don't think it's very likely. I agree. I just think that isn't productive. Like, what isn't productive? I think this is so frustrating, right? Because like, you have what you think is effective strategy, right? You have what you think is effective strategy. And like, disagree about it. That's how you educate and get educated. Leftist movements, IRL, aren't homogenous in opinion like that. So if you're thinking of it, if you think so, you're thinking of it as a cult. What do you mean? Because the perspective of everybody obsessing over this interaction, it should not be talked about at all. It's important to talk about because the way that you act impacts organizing spaces. Saying that people are going to disagree about it like this, even in small groups, clearly normal. Okay, I agree with that. Right? This interaction being framed as like this guy being MAGA and a black separatist who hates white people or whatever, that's damaging to the movement. And then we sit here wondering why there are no black people in community with like DSA members or whatever. You know? Because people are so quick to like be like, oh, you don't like Hassan, you must be like a federal agent. Instead of just being like, I don't agree with you. It's that simple. It's simple. It's like, I don't agree with you. It's whatever. Right? Because again, that's exactly what Hassan did in the clip. He left. He moved on. He kept walking and stopped talking about it. He wasn't like, you know, you're a Fed, right? This is Fed behavior. You want me to say things to get me. He's not doing that. In the clip that we're watching, he gave his answer. He interacted with the person in good faith, and then he walked away. And that's what the audience should do. You should look at this interaction and be like, we have a disagreement there, and then you move on. You move on, you keep going. I don't think it's effective to like, where's it at? Oh, this was not it. Hold on. Excuse me. Like, seems like the Black Panther Party got rid of its required reading list. Right? This is what Black Regard says. He's in the new African Black Panther Party, which is pretty Maoist influenced. Regular people would investigate before speaking. Right? It's entirely possible that they can just be like, they can just disagree with Hassan and his strategy. That's fine. It's fine. It's okay. Right? I think it's something that leftists do all the time, which is just like, oh, you must be like, you know, you can't have a serious disagreement with me, so you must be not part of the same movement. African nationalism doesn't see democratic socialism as revolutionary. I don't even think it's like he's an African nationalist, like specifically. But like, yeah, he doesn't. Like, he doesn't see democratic socialism as revolutionary, and that can be okay. You have to realize that like there are going to be people who draw disagreements, and then realize that they don't have any power, and it doesn't really matter, and so you just move on. You know what I mean? You see this clip, you're like, okay, this guy is powerless, right? I disagree with him. We just move on. The rush to be like, this must be a Fed. This is Fed behavior. I think is silly. You know? That's it. That's my take on this specific interaction. Oh. That's it. Right. There are also people who are like using this, you know, same people on Twitter who are like, ha ha ha. I'm glad that people are calling out Hassan for what he is or whatever. Which I mean, but those people aren't serious because they're also on Twitter. So anybody who's on Twitter is not serious. But they didn't misunderstand Saga's Democratic standing for the party. It doesn't. It's, that's low key the practices. I mean, yeah, but like you have to like consider that like from his perspective and vantage point, he might see it as you're on Twitter. I know, which is why you shouldn't take me seriously either. So we'll play the flame bit because that was funny. I did see that. But I think people should just be more open to just, you know, especially on the ground. I saw a mushroom account type BIPOC. I think they meant BIPOC earlier this week. Some of these accounts are literally children. I saw one account. Let me know if I'm wrong on this. I think one of the accounts, from what I saw a quote tweet about it, is doing like Jews control the weather manipulation things from Marjorie Taylor Greene. So again, these people are unserious because they're on Twitter. I am BIPOC. W. But like, I think people are so ready to pop off. But I think people in Hassan's audience needs to understand that Hassan is coming from a place of privilege, especially when he's like going to like these on the ground spaces, right? In communities that he's not a part of, he is going to get pushback for. Even if you don't like it, even if you feel it's invalid, you have to understand that Hassan is a multimillionaire, right? And he's going to these communities where people live and experience like these harms, and they're going to be frustrated. They're going to be frustrated, and you have to hold that frustration and understand that Hassan's going to do it regardless. And you can't pop off on the people in the communities who may not understand everything you know about Hassan. To some people, he's an outsider, there for clout. Yes. Right. And it's Hassan's job to like look past that and focus on the work regardless. That's it. And Hassan will do that. He will continue to do that. I just don't get the adverse reaction to the Black political movement and activists. Like, how many sides do we need to get it from? Either stay at home, this ain't it for us, or you're a Fed. Yeah. Anyone on the ground is going to be suspicious if someone who rose up and does a media hit on the event and then bounces. They're going to question whether or not they're really with it or not. Yeah. And like, again, there is a usefulness to what Hassan is doing. Right? It's useful. I can acknowledge that, looking from the outside perspective. Right? But I do know how I feel. Like, this is to a lesser extent. I know how I feel when I've been covering something for months and it gets like no attention, no hits, and then somebody kind of walks up, they cover it, and then everybody seemingly changes their mind on this specific thing. No, I'm not salty about Grant Plattner. But I understand that dynamic. Now take that to on the ground organizing. You know, imagine you're on the ground, you're organizing to like no fanfare, and you're at your normal, like, you know, you're doing your organizing, and some dude shows up, multi-billionaire, millions of followers, has an audience and entourage around him. You're gonna be like, I don't really like that. That feels weird to me, right? Even if it does have a good purpose, and even if it is useful. Right? What you have to understand, if you are in that position, is understand how you come across to everybody else. And if you're in the audience, understand how that comes across to the people in the community. And understand that they may be frustrated. They may not like it. But you keep pushing and you do the work anyway. Because you know you're in it for the same goal. Not only that, but oftentimes people show up and swarm Hassan for photos. Yes. So that's where the frustration comes from. Right? That's it. Is it like effective to like yell at Hassan? Personally, I don't really think so. I don't think it's effective to like call Hassan a fraud. Do I understand where it's coming from? I understand that we are aligned on these issues and on the same side. And that this person has like less power in this situation? Yes, which is why I think it's silly to discuss and talk about. That's the way that I view it. Does that make sense? Imagine being there day and night and only seeing a coverage pick up when some guy shows up for a few hours. It can definitely leave a bad impression. Yeah, and I understand that. Right? That's not necessarily Hassan's fault. That's the attention economy. It's the way that we treat politics in this country. Right? Like Hassan didn't necessarily ask to like become the de facto voice of like politics and to be the vector of politics. Right? But you have to understand where that anger comes from and contextualize that anger. Which is why I think it's silly to like yell fed at this wherever he is. I got close to it. Oh no, it was this one. Yeah. Yo fed at this guy. That is my take. But I do want to see the Charlie Kirk thing.
It's dangerous. Hassan, you said soak in the streets with apples. You both did that basis. What did he mean when he said soak in the streets with apples?
Oh, it was here.
A question.
Charlie respected that. Charlie Kirk, where the f would I do?
Only people abusing are the ones around us right now.
Okay, in public, freedom of speech is an abuse? Freedom of speech is an abuse? Fuck Twitch and fuck you. Go back to the desktop.
Yeah, this is a different guy. You can tell by the voice. This is a very obviously a different guy. This is not the same person.
Do IRL. Go home. Charlie Kirk. Go home.
What?
Did you say somebody should kill Charlie Kirk? Abuser! No. You didn't say that?
No, I was about to debate Charlie Kirk. Why the f would I want anybody to kill him? I was supposed to debate Charlie. Listen, I know this is a difficult concept for you to understand, but I was actually supposed to debate Charlie Kirk 2 weeks prior to his assassination. Obviously, I have a very different method of going about things than the way that you're trying to present it, because if that was my mentality, I would never
very
try
chaotic
to
and check and see any
Charlie
people
respected
talking on stream. Yeah, but it doesn't even sound like him. Oh, you can see that the kick guy back here as well.
I personally do not give a platform to bad faith.
I just haven't seen. I didn't see the Black Panther guy specifically, like be like, yeah, save Kaya or whatever. You know what I mean?
Actors, and I had a whole open about this. And by the way, a really important thing is not to lie and to not bear false testimony.
That's what I thought.
You know, you said, oh, you know, I want to have a question.
Basically called us on a fraud and stopped following him when I saw him left. That's what I thought. That's what I thought, right? And again, I think that's different than being a Fed. Right? He could just be like a Maoist who doesn't like Hassan's strategy or whatever. Right? And it could be unproductive, but I don't think that makes him a Fed.
About turning point events, and you obviously lied about your question. Doesn't surprise me because you have deceit. But you know what? Honestly, I'm asked that question all the time. I don't platform trolls, and I don't platform and I don't discuss people or I don't debate with people that are not good faith actors.
And it's really sad to see the rest of the remnants of the conservative movement refusing to carry the flame in the way that Charlie Kirk wanted it to be carried. I, on the other hand, do carry that flame because we are Charlie Kirk.
Discussing things like America deserves.
We carry the flame. The difference in the
they stopped the singing.
The protests in Los Angeles is that there's a massive mobilization, and it's usually organized like by local advocacy orgs too, as opposed to this one is more like a patchwork and probably like rapid response. But so for that reason, it was mostly like there was a lot of
I have no idea.
there.
I've never been to New Jersey, and I never plan to go.
Also, on top of that, a lot of agitators who have no investment in the issue at all, that are just simply there to be like, oh, I'm going to be the next Nick Shirley.
And you know, there were influencers and agitators there yesterday and the day before macing us.
Yeah, no, I heard Cam Higbee.
Yeah,
I saw the video.
I got sprayed in the face.
Oh, Cam Higbee. Yo, I have an interesting like story about Cam Higbee. Because Cam Higbee started on TikTok around the same time that I was on TikTok. He was in the conservative hype house. We have some like mutual associates. People do not like him. But I guess he's trying to be a Nick Shirley now. Jersey won't go to Atlanta. Sean is racist. What? No, I won't. Me not going to Jersey makes you racist against who? White people? Hold on.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
But it's like spicy. It's like
here's the
Tabasco
thing.
on your tongue.
Yeah, no, we've all been there. But what I'm saying is like, I do not understand how you can look at such a heinous wrong, like systematic violence being dished out to ordinary people, and your first reaction to it is, oh, I can't wait to go there and actually annoy and be a nuisance to good citizens who see right from wrong and want to demonstrate. Well, I find that ridiculous.
A significant amount of people in the conservative media have no morals.
Yeah, it's insane.
It's usually what comes to.
You mind if I get around? That same thing over and over again.
Yeah.
Son, I just want to thank you. I got a 19-year-old son that's engaged in part because of you.
Hell yeah.
Engaged in politics.
Thank you for being here, man.
Debate lord.
Debate lord?
Something else?
Oh, yeah.
No.
Nice to meet you, man. Thank you.
All right, see you.
See, we needed something like that, right?
Oh, there's most of the people are like that. It's just this is an environment where there is per capita a lot more weirdos. Yeah, we get to it here. And it's getting, like, in my experience, I've been to a lot of this stuff. It's getting worse too because like they feel emboldened by the government. And that's the reason why, like, Cam Higbee, when he was allegedly pepper spraying the protesters, he like was able to run inside of the federal facility right after. So when you have that environment of like no accountability whatsoever or direct protection by the federal government, you get much more bold, knowing full well that you can just do whatever you want to do. And then in retaliation, when people say, what are you doing? Like, if they push back, if they defend themselves, they can just like escape into the arms of the Gestapo, basically.
Well, that's what happened yesterday.
Yeah, that's
they
what I'm saying.
brought him inside to the center.
This is why when we take the House, we need accountability. We need to have hearings about this and start pulling people up and actually administering real justice.
I think they're aware that accountability is coming. That's probably why it's like they're behaving in this increasingly erratic manner, because they recognize that once the situation changes within the Senate and the House of Representatives, and there's new investigations and new hurdles that Trump has to clear, where he's not left unaccountable, things are going to change dramatically, and they're trying to get their licks in right before that happens, it seems. But yeah, hopefully we'll be able to get a little bit of that justice, inshallah.
We will do it. We will do it. Three more days, guys.
You're gonna do a drop site interview?
Do you have 3 more days?
I do. I have an election on Tuesday.
Celebration. All right. Shout out to Meg. If you're in Plainfield
City Council.
Plainfield City Council.
But once again, just all the importance going back to the detainees and their families. There's so many groups on the ground working. Cosecha Resistencia, Pax Christi, Action 21, DSA's out there. Just, we're trying to do the best to support the people that are in there and try and help in this hellhole that we have down in Newark.
Got it. Hell yeah.
His name is Chairman Africa.
All right, what's on your mind, man?
My name is Chairman Africa of the Black Panther Party, New Jersey.
Okay, his name is Chairman Africa.
Okay. And what's on your mind?
No, I asked you if you supported ICE. If you came down because you supported ICE.
What does it matter even if I did?
What does it matter? It speaks volumes. If you support people that run around kidnapping people off the street.
He's not he's not a fed, bro. What are you talking about? He's on Cam Higbee's stream, calling him out for supporting ICE.
That speaks to you. What kind of person?
What do you mean kidnapping? I mean, these
What
people
do you
have
mean?
committed crimes.
Who told you they committed crimes?
8 U.S. Code
Who told you-
1325
who
and
told you
comprehensive
they
by
committed
Elliott.
crimes?
What do you mean?
Who told you? Yo, if I said he raped somebody, I gotta have evidence from somebody to say he raped somebody. who told me that he raped somebody. Because I'm not just going to believe it because they told me. So that when I asked you, they said the people that they got in there committed
We're
crimes.
like out here calling this guy fed. Like he's out here like debate, bro. He can't Higby on ice. Like I just like this is what I said, right? Is that I think people are so quick to throw the Fed label around, right? With like this person could just one, not like Hassan, and two, have a difference in strategy with Hassan. And that's okay. I think it's fair to be critical of activists who are treated like celebrity that say this as a person who watches Hassan often. Yeah, exactly. Right? And I've seen too many people, like a part of like the Hassan community, Hostwit or whatever, who are just like throwing like the Fed label around like this guy. And it just like it's frustrating because I don't even like agree with this guy fully on everything. You know what I mean? But like I think it does a disservice to the wider movement by doing that. The worst part to me is the lack of pushback. I mean, yeah, but who's going to push back on it? You know. Also, did Nick Shirley tier research on this dude?
Asking you who told you. Is that disrespectful?
No. I'm happy to answer. Yeah. No, it's based on the fact that they're in the United States of America. They're not citizens. And they're not here on visas.
Who told
That
you?
was so cute. Oh, my Black and Scholar sweatshirt.
In there.
Guess where I got it from? Peter's thinking for 12 months.
Hold up.
I just heard this song a lot. Still don't think he's an enemy or whatever. Yeah, because you know Hassan though. I don't have that expectation for somebody who doesn't know Hassan. And they just see a guy who has a cameraman who people are flocking around. You know what I mean? That's the difference, right? Like you're on Twitch, you know Hassan. This is somebody who's not, right? That's the difference. You have to understand that this person may not have all the information about Hassan that you do, right? And that's why they may feel differently about it. And the way that you react to this person will definitely guide how they feel about it, right? If this person has like doesn't know much about Hassan, and then calls Hassan a fraud because all he sees in front of him is like this guy with a camera, and your reaction is to call him a Fed for feeling that way, like then how is that going to guide how he feels about Hassan in the future? You know what I mean?
Hold up. So they're on the affirmative. So they're on the.
But I'm not trying to be a jerk. I'm trying to have.
Do you have any evidence that they're not illegal immigrants?
I don't have. I don't know who they are. I haven't seen no evidence.
So why would you say they're kidnapping if you don't have any evidence that they're not illegal immigrants?
Because they're not showing the evidence that they are illegal.
Well, they can't show you the evidence for every single person.
Yeah, and their families out here.
Can you think of a person who isn't an illegal?
You gotta let me answer your question. And their families out here that are saying that they're not illegal. They're here. They pick them up. They have them housed in there. They're holding them because they have tickets. You see, like I know people over here that say that. I mean, like now it's either I could believe those families that say that, or I could say like, nah, you motherfuckers is lying. The justice system, the police, the feds, they always tell the truth. You're lying. I'd rather believe those families out here. Now I ask you, I ask you. Who told you that the people that
they really called him a Fed? It's just like it's crazy. It's crazy. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
Have illegal or this that.
Well, I don't think the law enforcement apparatus has any incentive to arrest people who aren't illegal immigrants.
You don't believe the law enforcement apparatus in America
has any
incentive to arrest anybody?
No, I think it actually backfires on them if they were to arrest American citizens. I mean, can you name an American citizen who's been deported?
You're not name an American citizen that has been deported?
Yeah. There hasn't been one under this administration, at least.
Hey, somebody that does this, that's like focus on ICE, they can tell you the American citizens, because I know them off the top of my head, but I don't know their name.
There hasn't been one.
No, they have American citizens that they've deported that they have to even bring back.
Find me a news article that shows that.
Google it right now.
Google it. I dare you. It's not there.
Google it right now. What you mean? They didn't bring Abrego, whatever his name is from
Kilmar Abrego Garcia was an illegal immigrant.
They didn't bring him back?
No,
they wasn't forced to bring him back?
He wasn't an American citizen.
Did they bring him back?
They did bring him back.
And they brought him back.
Because
Why did they bring him back?
I'll tell you if you allow me to answer.
Bring him back?
So Kilmar Abrego Garcia was.
No, I didn't even Google it. That's just a name that popped up.
Yeah. Not an American citizen.
But go ahead. Why did they bring him back?
They brought him back because he was under a withholding removal order, which meant that he was. Hold up. I'll answer your question. Just allow me to answer.
Go ahead.
He was deported.
I mean, he's kind of like instead of thrashing Cam Higby, like. This guy's energy. I mean, yeah, this is somebody who is passionate about these issues, right? Who is on the ground. And so keep in mind, right? This happened before Hassan went there. So do you understand why he might be a little bit apprehensive about people showing up with cameras and phones and microphones and such, right? I'm not claiming that it's like right or productive or correct, right? But that's where it comes from. It's like he sees people do stuff like this, right? And they see somebody else show up. Of course, you're going to be a little bit apprehensive. Of course, you're not going to look at them in the best of faith immediately, right? Because he doesn't know everything that we know about Hassan. He doesn't know the integral details of Hassan's like organizing position, and he disagrees with Hassan's on strategy. You know, and understanding that and contextualizing that. Right, and not saying this is public enemy number one. He must be a Fed, whatever. That's kind of what like people need to be more used to doing. You know, I think about what is the left. Now think of what the left has lost as a result of their lack of regard for people of color. Yeah.
He was under a deportation order, but he had a withholding removal order from a judge that said he couldn't be deported to one specific country, El Salvador, because he was an MS-13 gang member. Their motto is literally kill, steal, rape, control. And the judge gave him a protective order because the gangs there would have killed him. So he wasn't allowed to go to El Salvador, so we had to bring him back. I'm not lying. Look it up.
Yo, I don't even know what's going on. I don't even know the story.
Kilmar Abrego.
I'm not even going to debate it with you because I don't know. But you know what I know?
What?
When I walked up here and I asked you, what you doing here? You said you're just a reporter.
I am a reporter.
Everything.
Reporters have opinions just like you.
You know all this stuff about Kilmar or whatever his name is.
I've done stories on it.
You know about him. You know the story that they have told.
Well, you brought him up.
You know the story that no, but I don't even know about him because I don't know about this shit.
You brought him up though.
I don't even know about it, but you know about that. But you don't know the police lie. You don't know that. You don't know the justice system lie.
No, all people are.
The justice system lock people up, throw people in jail, and they lie. You don't know that.
Well,
you don't know none of that.
No person
isn't. Believe that.
No.
You the justice system.
Do I get to answer?
No, because like when you act like the justice, these people don't lock people up and lock them away and throw them away.
I never said that there aren't bad police officers.
You fuck with the police.
Yeah, in general.
I know you fuck because you a cop.
I'm not a cop.
If you fuck with the police, you a cop.
Anybody.
And I don't know anybody that's against the system, the way it's treating people, that's fucking with the government, that's fucking with the police. That makes absolutely no sense.
Cam is a Fed. I will say that for sure. Oh, also, I saw this. This is also what I saw. Contact this dude is a black version of a Zionist. No, not a new African revolutionary state. It's probably a Fed propped up by them knowingly or unknowingly and has all the trimmings of Zionists like xenophobia and queerphobia. Like, this person also didn't provide any evidence of this. I would love to see the evidence of that. But like, yeah, but not an alt.
Police are here to protect the rich, to protect the wealthy people. You know, that's why the Epstein people.
They're here to protect everybody.
They're not here to protect me. They're not here to protect the people. They're not here to protect the people in my community.
I got himself a Fed earlier.
Federal government.
Well, these guys aren't because these guys have one specific goal.
The federal government put the police under consent.
I do have a Hassan's reaction. Hold on. I have a like the. But it's the wrong one. Oh gosh darn it!
Fans are just
fine. Probably just Google New Black Panthers bad and copy it from Wikipedia is what it says there. He's even a part of the new Black Panther Party. That was kind of funny. Here. Hassan's reaction.
Fans are just upset that those provocateurs is your new reality and hate to see you have to just eat it. Yeah, I don't think people need to baby me in this situation. I think that the interaction in and of itself shows how unserious the hecklers are. Because like we're in the middle of a fucking, we're down there in the middle of a protest, and my clear-cut goals are to showcase not only the demands that are being made inside of the facility by the people who are being detained, but also the mistreatment of activists outside of the facility who are exercising their First Amendment rights. And that's pretty clear. Like, that's why I go to these protests. I want to show a side that the media, unfortunately, often forgets to cover and often forgets to show. And the reality is that if it's a relatively smaller protest, like with some activist organizations on the ground, as opposed to like a massive one, you know, like the ICE out of LA protests that we've attended, there is more noise coming from the opportunists that storm these areas, right? More noise that comes from the opportunists that storm the areas to demonstrate at the behest of ICE. And
I don't think, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think Hassan's talking about the Black Panther guy here, though. I think he's talking about the Cam Higbee. Right? The Cam Higbees, the people like that. The counter protesters to the protesters. Like, the Black Panther guy is not a counter protester.
And then also people who are just straight up unserious, right? At the end of the day, I went there, no security. I mean, the people that were around us were like Adam Hamawi's team. We didn't have any security, which was really interesting because a lot of the charlatans, though, they had their own security. Some of them were fucking armed, as a matter of fact. But
the day he went, the lady was flooded with the actual ops too. Higbee was there. Higbee sucks.
March was right about you saying frame one of your stream plans was kind of a dumb idea. No, those guys were there the whole day. Those guys were there from the start. From what I understand, they were always there. They were there because they wanted to cut content. The Proud Boys were there too, but they had left by the time we got there. But look, here's the thing. We are standing outside of a concentration camp where people inside of that concentration camp are on like day 8, now day 9 of a hunger strike, right? And people that have been trying to elevate their voices of those who are unjustly detained inside of the concentration camp are being tear gassed every night, being brutalized every night. If you go there with the express purpose of farming clout by saying you love Donald Trump or you love, or, you know, to support ICE, to support the Trump administration's processes, and you have no care or consideration for the people inside of that facility who are just human beings, right? If you don't see them as human beings, you're less than an animal. It's repugnant behavior. But there is,
yeah, again, I don't think he's talking about the Black Panther guy in any of this clip, actually.
So there is, I think, a deeper layer of hell that is worthy for those who go there with no interest whatsoever. Like people who don't even go there to be pro-ICE.
I was talking about all the people in that moment, including the black guy. I don't think that makes sense. Because the black guy isn't there being pro-ICE. Even in like the first clip. don't think that's who he's talking about. Maybe that's who the chat thinks he's talking about, because the chat likes to scream Fed anywhere. There's a song called Uncle Fed. Yeah, not in this clip though. I have that clip here. We'll look at this clip in a second.
Don't even go there. People who don't go there to protest against ICE, but not even go there for some right-wing purpose, but exclusively to be a nuisance streamer. Genuinely the lowest of the low, true parasitic behavior.
Yeah, I don't think any of this is talking about the black guy. But this is what the chatter said.
Fellow far-left activists heckled him and chased him away.
Wait, what happened? What happened that quick? What happened? He's a fraud. He don't know what the you're talking about.
Yeah. Federal agents. Fucking federal agents.
I disagree with this.
Dude.
I disagree. I disagree.
I'll say it every day. Yeah.
Why is he focused on Hassan though? Because Hassan is there with the... Again, two things. One, he's not focused on Hassan. As we literally just saw, he talked to Cam Higbee here. It was calling out Cam Higbee, right, for 20 minutes about his pro-ICE stance. So he's not just like focused on Hassan. So that's just inherently wrong. But two, Hassan is there from a left-wing perspective, from a strategy that he disagrees with. So that's why he's talking about Hassan here. There's nowhere where he's like focused on Hassan. Guy's actually fighting for his community day in and day out. From what I've seen, from the black guy's perspective, Hassan is a soft lobbyist, a casual.
African princess.
Kus_just subscribed. I don't think we should be
I don't think we should be asking Hassan which direction we should be moving in, because he's not since he's not a movement leader. But you have to understand that he has motion, right? He has attention. When Hassan shows up somewhere, attention does focus on him, right? To a certain extent, right? He's positioned as a movement leader, no matter what you or I think about it. You know?
Dude, this is I mean, this is confirming my suspicion. This is confirming my suspicion that the campaign of disruption has become far more sophisticated. I mean, this is not all that sophisticated if you understand how wreckers behave, right?
I fundamentally disagree. I don't think this guy is a wrecker or a Fed, right? He can be. I don't understand why people like he can just be like unproductive. You know what I mean? Did he act in a way that was the most productive to the furtherment of the movement? No. Does that make him a wrecker or a Fed? Not. No. Also no. You know? Does that make sense? Like, I think he's able to be a guy who is a part of like the African Black Panther Party, who's on the ground and he sees the person with a camera and then immediately assumes the worst. You know, that I think that is a fair assumption to make about this person. Right? I have not seen evidence of this guy being a wrecker. I mean, he was there like debating the Cam Higbee. But assumingly, he was there for the amount of time that for like the same reason that Hassan was there for. You know. That's why I'm confused. Hassan is just a random guy coming up to him and shouting Twitch, Dan Clancy and Hassan, the BPP shit. I can see his knee jerk to call him out. Call him that. The dude was being very confrontational. What? I mean, not even really. Like, the person who was saying like F Twitch or whatever and F Dan Clancy is not this guy. That's a different person. I mean, we've seen everything that this guy said. And the most confrontational was after his like interview with Hassan, he called Hassan a fraud. That's it. And I can play it again. I don't think it was the same guy after we reviewed the clip. I thought it was the same too. It's a different person. It's a different guy. Here, I'm just trying to find the little clip. It was earlier. It was right here. Here.
This is how we do democracy. Testing the metal of your soaked on that. And I radio show when I
keep showing up.
There you go. Lock it in.
How do we solve these issues right here in the community?
Keep showing up.
Keep showing up. Keep look. We live under at least a theoretical democracy. There's supposed to be a democratic process. Sometimes people make decisions. Sometimes they disagree with the previous decisions that they've made, even if they voted for a particular party or a person. And when things like this are happening, when we have people that are being unjustly detained, people that are simply waiting for their court dates, or people who are already at their court dates, what's wrong?
People waiting for their court date or at their court date.
You want me to move?
Stay focused. You good, my boy.
Hey, Adam.
Hey, you heard me? Stay focused. You good. But the people that's what you call it? Like you Hassan, stay with me, baby. Ain't nobody coming. They're not coming to do nothing on us. You listen. I ask you a serious question. It's like
you demonstrate.
Most people
you demonstrate. You try to get your demands be heard.
No. I don't have demands. Stay focused. Stay with me.
No, not your demands. I'm saying their demands. There are demands that are being made inside of this facility by people who have been unjustly detained inside in heinous conditions.
And how we solve this? How do we solve this?
They keep protesting, and we keep showing support for them with the hopes that eventually it gets to.
Like, I understand why somebody would be frustrated by this answer. Right? I get what Hassan is saying, but I do understand why that would frustrate somebody who's like not a Fed, you know? I do. To be fair, there's no easy answer to solving this. I agree, right? But I do understand why somebody would be frustrated by this answer, you know? Like I get it. And we can understand that, like, even if there's no easy answer to give, right? Or even if Hassan couldn't say anything else because, you know, he's currently being attacked by the feds, right? Understanding, like, just put yourself in the shoes of this person, right? I think this is what a lot of people are unable to do, right? I think a lot of white people can't put themselves in the shoes of black people most of the time, right? I just agree with being frustrated by the answer. To be honest, Hassan isn't the leader of the protest. It's obvious that because he got a lot of attention, he seems more important than he is. But you understand that him getting a lot of protests, got a lot of attention, puts him at the front of the movement, right? When Hassan shows up and people coalesce around him, right? That does mean something, right? You can say that he's not a leader of the protest. You can say he's not a movement leader, but that's how he's treated. When he walks somewhere, he has a posse following him. This is just how it is. Regardless of what Hassan says, right? And if you are an activist on the ground, right, and you're trying to get that attention, and you're trying to kind of coalesce that power, right? I can 100% understand why it would be frustrating, right, in this instance, you know. And then the guy that you see just came down with a posse around him, you say, What do you think we should do? He's just like, keep on keeping on. Like, I get what Hassan is saying, right? I understand the strategy behind it, but I can also see why that's frustrating. You know, I can also see why, if you're on the ground and you're doing that, you're just like, how much more do I have to do that? You know? How much longer do I have to do that for? Like, I get that. I understand that mindset. I get where he's coming from there. Right? And then he reacted in anger, right? With receiving that answer. And I understand that. Right? Is it the most productive thing in the world to call Hassan a fraud? No, it's not the most productive thing in the world. Do I understand where that anger comes from in this moment? Yes. I do understand where that anger comes from. Does that make sense?
To a point where these institutions that are doing this violence.
Referring to say, I don't have demands. What demands do you want? What demands do you want them to have, Chatter? Please stop abusing people. Like, his mindset is that you can't wait for the people in power to do the right thing. Right? This is the split between like reformism and revolution, right? It's literally a strategic difference. It is a strategic difference. Right? Hassan thinks if you keep putting pressure on somebody, on people, they'll eventually crack and they'll break. This guy doesn't think that. He thinks that you need to actually force them to break. Right? There is a strategic difference there. Does that make sense? That doesn't make Hassan inherently wrong. That doesn't make this guy inherently wrong. Right? But there is a strategic difference. I think calling Hassan a fraud was fair. I don't think him calling this dude a Fed was fair. No, I think that's honestly cowardly. Because you have to understand, Hassan comes from an enormous privilege in this instance. Right? It's not at all equal in that regard. Right? Hassan has the political clout. Hassan has the monetary like resources here. Like, Hassan is coming from a place of privilege in this regard that like this guy just doesn't have. So him calling Hassan a fraud is just different than like Hassan calling this guy a fake. Does that make sense? Like, Hassan is coming from a position where he has to just like take it, right? He has to understand that like this guy has no power. This guy's frustrated at the same thing I'm frustrated by, right? I'm gonna let it rock. I think Hassan going on his stream of 20,000, 30,000 people and calling him a Fed, I think that's an L. You get what I mean? I think it's an L. Does that make sense? Right. I want to finish this interaction so you can see how it ends.
Feel a sense of accountability, and they change. And they change what they're doing.
And you a socialist, right? You're done. You're a socialist. That's a political.
Yeah, that's get dangerous.
That's what it says. It's a socialist.
Hassan, you said
people that capitalist.
What did he mean when he said socialist and capitalist?
Hey, yo, you know why I asked you that question? Because you're a fucking fraud. Hey, yo, all these people following you and shit, you're a fucking fraud. Get the fuck out of here.
What did you mean when he said America deserved 9/11? What did you mean when he said America deserved 9/11? What's going on, man?
And I believe that's the end of the interaction with the Black Panther guy. Now other people start jumping in. Right? Again, you can look at this and be like, that wasn't productive of the Black Panther guy to do. Right? You can look at it and say that. But I don't think that that makes him a Fed. At some point, people start yelling from behind and the side. Yeah, but it's not that guy.
How you doing? What did you mean when you said America deserved 9/11? I think that it's called a pretty simple concept called blowback. That's what I was talking about. I've already mentioned what I meant in 2019. Do you
like that's a different person. that's a different guy. That is a different person. On the clip from the kick streamer. Hassan heckled by kick streamer calling him a view botter.
where these institutions that are doing this violence feel.
Seen a nigga bust his. That's a political philosophy, right? That's what it says. I thought you knew what I was saying.
They getting him out of there. He just got to. Something just happened, bro. Something just happened. Be careful. I just seen a nigga bust his ass right there. Wait, what happened? What happened that quick? What happened?
He's a fucking fraud. He don't know what the fuck he talking about. People following him because he got money.
Yeah.
Look at him running. You don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Fuck Twitch. Get out of here.
Yeah, it's a different guy. It's a completely different guy. I was right. That is a completely different guy. It's the guy with the phone. It's the kick streamer who is saying this. Like we established that we did, but this is the footage of that being the case. People were being like, "Oh, well, he was calling him he brought up Kaya. He must be a Fed. He's obviously a Fed." It's like, no, this guy is just a guy who. Where's it at? This guy is just a guy who saw Hassan with a posse of people at a protest and got frustrated by it. He's not a Fed. He's not like MAGA. He's not right wing, right? He was debating Cam Higbee on why ICE was bad earlier. And he's just frustrated. Right? And I understand his point of view. Because being versions of each other and coming from everywhere, it's hard to follow who is who, to be honest. I don't care. Genuinely, I don't care. You don't just start throwing away around Fed allegations towards like regular black people who are fed up. You don't do that. You don't do that. That's insane. You don't get to do that. You can't just. This is a problem. Start labeling people Feds. You know what I mean? Like it's so reductive, right? It's so reductive because like. This person from everything that I've seen so far, give myself not knowing who's saying who. So when a Fed is serious, a lot of people you know that. It's just like it's frustrating because this is what people do all the time is that like any criticism of Hassan must be coming from like outside the movement. Right? If you criticize Hassan, it must be bad faith and reactionary, and you must be serving like Zionists. You must be serving the federal government or whatever. You know, when like there could be somebody who is also on the left who cares about these same issues, who has a strategic difference, right, with Hassan, and that's fine. That's fine. That's okay. Especially if it's from the left, it's treated with such vitriol. And that's why it's frustrating. Because from everything that I've seen from this person, right, has shown that he's genuine about what he believes. He's genuine about what he believes, and he's frustrated, right, by like Hassan's positionality. Does that make sense? Does he not think Hassan's advocacy and history is a positive for the movement? Put yourself in the shoes of somebody who's on the ground, chatter. It will be frustrating for you to see a guy that you don't know who isn't in this like isn't a part of your community show up and get flocked with a lot of attention. Feel that way in the day. That's not the issue. I don't understand what your issue with this is. He's calling him a fraud, etc. Chat, he knew who his son was, and that's why he asked him. Yeah, I don't understand your point. Maybe give Hassan some grace and don't help chase him out of the protest. He didn't. Okay, what are y'all talking about? What are y'all talking about? What are we talking about here? Like, I'm so confused. Literally shouting at Hassan as he's leaving and the grapers start crowding. Is that his responsibility? Is he supposed to be like, well, I have my critiques of Hassan, but he's being surrounded by a bunch of grapers, so I should probably not say anything about it. I'm not saying he acted like as a perfect human being in the situation, but why does he have to? Why does he have to? Why is that your expectation? If you understand that it's like that he's a person who genuinely believes these things, right? And this could be like out of a moment of anger, right? Then like I don't understand your beef. The ICE detention facility is not the place to do that shit. I mean, you can say the same thing about like, you know, the audience like crowding around Hassan as well. You know what I mean? Which is, I think, kind of what this person's issue is, right? This person feels like Hassan is taking up space, right, and taking attention away from this movement. Like that's I think that's a part of the conversation. And that's where his frustration stems from. Again, you can think that's unproductive, but like, I don't know what your expectation is. You're expecting people to just know Hassan. You're expecting people to be like, well, I know Hassan is a good person, so I'm going to extend him a bit of grace and not criticize him at this protest that we're at because a bunch of grapers are around. Like, I don't know where that expectation comes from. I live in the real world where real people are talking about these issues, and I will understand and acknowledge that not everybody is going to operate in the like perfect way in this circumstance. I don't know what we're talking about here. I'm confused. Like, what you should do is you should understand that this person is obviously frustrated by the current state of the situation, right? He's frustrated by the current state of the situation, probably frustrated by the amount of attention that a rich person like Hassan is getting for being at his protest, right? And he didn't operate in the most picture perfect, productive way possible 100% of the time, right? And then be like, I understand why he's frustrated. I disagree with his strategy, and then move on. I think people are just titled and fighting both parties are responsible for in this case. No, I disagree. You can't put an equal blame on both parties. This person has no power. This person has no power. This person has no influence. Their frustration it's virtually meaningless. You could understand and disagree with this person, right? About like the way they brought it up or whatever. But understanding that like, okay, I want to remind you how we got here in the first place. People immediately started throwing around Fed allegations. Let's say you were a federal agent, though. Wouldn't you try to get us on at a process need to go further so Fox News can use that clip? No, because not everything is worried about. I don't think this person's worried about Hassan, bro. What are we talking about here? I don't think this person is like thinking about like, I want to try to get Hassan to speak out of turn or whatever. What are we talking about? Y'all are like going trying to use like the 60. We know this person's not that guy. Oh, don't worry. When he was debating Cam about why ICE is bad for 20 minutes earlier in the day, that was all a part of his master scheme to come across as like a left winger. It was a part of his master scheme to come across as a left winger so that later on, when Hassan showed up, I'm not saying that he did that. That's just why he's being called a Fed. And yeah, that's stupid because it's not true. That's like saying you can't ever criticize Hassan at all, ever, because you're a Fed, because that can be used against him. I'm sorry, you must never ever say any critique of Hassan ever at any point, because Fox News can clip that, by the way. It's not true. It's incorrect. It's false. How many minutes did you take to find out who this guy was? I Chatter sent it. Okay, just like everyone knows Hassan, we don't know this random guy. Then people should stop talking about him. And Hassan and his audience shouldn't be calling him a Fed, Chatter. That's my take. That's how we got here. People should stop calling him like a anti-white racist black separatist. For what you don't know about him. That's the take. This is insane.
New Jersey, where I live at, for over 10 years. Because they were brutalizing.
Well, these guys aren't, because these guys have one specific goal.
The federal government put the police under a consent decree in Newark, New Jersey, where I live at, for over 10 years. Because they were brutalizing, stealing, raping, and killing the people in Newark. So we understand the police are not here to protect us.
And what's the evidence that a federal agent raped somebody in Newark?
You're the evidence.
I'm the evidence.
Because you come out here and you do all of this, and you're out here lying.
Like, if he's was in New Jersey for 10 years, he's a part of this community. Does that make sense? He's in this community. He's an activist in this community, right? He's fighting against ICE, right? Fighting against the federal government in his community, right? So do you understand why he may be apprehensive of someone he doesn't know, right, showing up? Okay, especially put yourself in the mindset of somebody who has done the protesting, right? He's done the protesting and he's not seen things change the way that they should have been changing. And you see this person that you don't know with a huge audience and a posse around them show up, right? And you ask, what are we supposed to do? And they just said, keep doing what you're doing. You know what I mean? I can understand why they're frustrated. That's the take. I can understand why that person in that moment can be frustrated. Does that make sense? They don't know Hassan. They don't know what Hassan has done or Hassan advocacy. All they know is their lived experience, right? All they know is what they know, what they've lived, what they've seen, and what they've seen not work, right? And then they see this person who has a lot of money and a lot of political capital and a lot of clout, right, show up in their communities and tell them to keep doing what they're already doing. That's why he's frustrated. Again, was it productive to yell at Hassan? Probably not. But this idea that he's a Fed because of that, does that make sense? It's craziness. That's the point. Does that make sense? I don't expect every random on the ground activist to know that Hassan is being targeted by the Feds, right? That doesn't absolve him of criticism, just like it doesn't absolve Hassan of criticism for reacting to it. What is your criticism? Tell me. What is your criticism? What is it? What is your criticism? If you want to disagree with someone, yelling at no shit isn't a good way to build that communication. See, your expectation that he needs to like bend the knee to Hassan and like bring him in, it's stupid. I'm sorry. It's dumb. That's dumb. That's dumb. This idea that he needs to baby Hassan, it's dumb. Yes, they want coddling. They want Hassan to be coddled. Oh, is that what I said? That is what you said. That is exactly what the implication here is. You're tone policing. This is verbatim tone policing. You just don't like the way that he said it. You're like, oh, I don't like the way that he was being super meanie about beating to Hassan here. That's tone policing. Like, common courtesy isn't bending the knee. But my point is, do you understand, like, why would, like, why should he be expected to extend common courtesy to somebody that he's already frustrated with by their presence there in the first place? He doesn't know Hassan. He doesn't know what Hassan stands for. What is his expectation of this person? You're expecting him to know Hassan. Your argument is that Hassan was mean to him? No. My argument is that Hassan calling him a Fed and the audience calling him a Fed with no evidence is dumb and stupid. That's my argument. Right? This person had evidence to call Hassan a fraud. He saw a guy show up with a camera and a posse around him who was a multimillionaire in an area where he's been protesting. That comes from somewhere. That doesn't mean he's right, but it's not baseless. There's no evidence to call this person a Fed. That's the issue. That's the problem. For that POV, Hassan doesn't like a fraud. That's my point, right? Is if you put yourself in the shoes of this person, I can see where it comes from. Well, how because of the way things went down, not because it's true. Do you agree? No. Well, sure. Because of the way things went down. That doesn't make it okay or good. So I don't think it really matters. The only other way Hassan could have answered it was endorse some level of violence. I could see why they would think he's a Fed. But, like, he's not, right? That's my take, right? I'm not expecting Hassan to answer any differently. What I am expecting is for people to not call him a Fed because of how he feels. Do you understand why a Black Panther would not want to hear just keep protesting as the answer? Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Why somebody of the African Black Panther Party, right, seeing somebody that they've never seen before, tell them to like just keep protesting would frustrate them? What are we talking about? Rob asked about Tiz and told me to keep shooting. I think y'all are misunderstanding me, right? I'm not coming at like this interaction. My issue is with the way that the audience takes this interaction and turns it into like, oh, you must be a Fed because this person didn't like Hassan's, the middling answer to this question. I disagree that Hassan couldn't have answered differently. Protesting is different than organizing. He could have said that we organize our communities for power, or that is a counter to Hassan's whole strategy with electoralism and protest. I don't necessarily think it's a counter per se. Hassan's president is the problem. Maybe he shouldn't show up to these events. I'm not in the business of telling Hassan what he can and cannot do. I am here saying where he can be effective or not be effective, per se. And Ohio politicians there didn't pipe up to answer or notice the situation devolving. I don't know much about the politicians there, so I guess we know that.
Lying to people because you probably ain't gonna air this.
If I wanted to, it's live. It's live right now, dog.
You're lying to people.
It's being aired right now.
And I don't know how people even listen to somebody like that because you cannot trust the police, even if you don't know what's
based on,
even though based on your history. Based on all the black people they done killed, the black people in prison, based on my life experience.
Actually, on the federal level, black people are the least likely to go to prison.
The federal government is who control everything from the top down.
Well, white people,
they make what white people? I didn't say anything about white people.
White people are 4.7 times more likely to be killed by police. On top of that,
white people compared to the number of people of colors is totally different. It's not the same number.
Proportionally, white people are more likely to be killed, and white people are also more likely to go to prison, and for longer.
Proportionally. Y'all hear him? Y'all got telephones out there. You could Google it. He said proportionally.
Yeah, do you know what that means? Proportionally. So if you take both
populations... I started the discussion with a guy yelling about shot caller and Twitch. This is a different guy. That's not the same guy. This is not the same guy. Yes, Cam is a racist. Notable racist. We know this. This is not unique. Right? But this person is not a Fed. All intents and purposes. I think this is what I think. I think Hassan may have seen the discourse online about this being the same guy who brought up Kaya and brought up Dan Clancy and Twitch. Right? And immediately put him in the Fed box because that's what the audience was doing. But I'm saying they all look and sound like the same version of each other. What do you mean? The white boys? But to be fair, the person who said Kaya and Twitch, I'm pretty sure that was a black guy. Not this black guy. It was a different black guy. Right? In this clip, this is the guy with the kick phone. Right here. In the Knicks shirt. This is the guy who brought up Kaya. In Twitch or whatever. It was a phone that had a kick logo on it. That was a Black Panther Party guy too. I think because they both called him a fraud. But that's kind of the problem, right? Is that any sort of the guy did follow and yell for a second. Yeah, calling him a fraud. He was not bringing up Kaya. He wasn't bringing up Twitch or Dan Clancy. This is not a guy who was well versed in the Destiny news and stuff. You know what I mean? And so I think calling him a Fed, I think it's silly, right? And the reason why I'm talking about it, the reason why I want to discuss it, it's so important, is that people are allowed to have a disagreement. That does not make them a Fed. Guy interrogating the black guy. I thought he was the white guy at the protest. No, I didn't see Cam Higby in the clips that I saw at least. Chairman Africa didn't know who Hassan was, so he called him a fraud in a Fox News clip. Hassan didn't. Hassan didn't what? Back to the point where the feds care enough to do sabotage again. I mean, true. Right, but I don't think this guy's a fed. Nothing that I didn't know what Chairman African was, so he called him a fed. Yeah, and I think that's an L. I think it's an L. Right? Nothing that I've seen from him leads me to think that he's a fed. Right? And I think the audience needs to do a better job of delineating like genuine anger and frustration from a left-wing perspective versus like the shitposters, you know? I think that the fact that people were so ready to label this guy a fed when he disagreed with Hassan is a problem, right? And that requires introspection from the audience. You know, they're so primed that like anybody who disagrees with Hassan must be a fed, that it leads them to like, you know, come off as like white and elitist to the very people that like we should be wanting to attract or wanting to engage with. You know? Like we should be wanting to build inroads with like the African Black Panther Party or whatever. Right? We don't have to like, you know, to align on everything, but like figuring out where their beef or their issues are and hearing them out is kind of important. Especially for people who are in the community for 10 years, right? This guy's in New Jersey like, doing community work for 10 years. And I think it's disrespectful to label him just as a fed because he disagreed with Hassan. It's disrespectful to the work that he does. Disrespectful to the work that Black organizers do all across the country. I say this all the time, right? I say about like Black people in the DSA. You know what I mean? I think Hassan meant it seriously, but he should not have called him a fed either way. Like, what do you mean, mean it seriously? Like, I don't know what you mean by that. But like, I say this all the time. I say it's not. We look at like Black DSA numbers. People are like, "Why are there no Black people in the DSA?" It's not that Black people aren't organizing. It's that Black people aren't organizing with you. I say this all the time. Black people are not organizing with you. They are organizing in their own communities, among themselves. And if you want to build inroads with them, you have to listen to them. You have to engage with them. Some of them are going to think you're fake. Some of them are going to think that you are a fraud. Some of them are going to be mad at you and upset at you and frustrated because they're doing this work, right, to no fanfare. They're not doing this work to a large audience, right? They're frustrated. And you're going to have to understand that they are going to be frustrated, right? But if you want to build those inroads, you have to talk to them. You have to speak to them. You have to engage with them where they are. They're going to sometimes call you a fraud. Right? They're going to react in anger because they don't know the totality of the work that you've done. Does that make sense? And so I think that's a problem. Where's this at? I do want this as I want to see what the chat said. This is June 1st. Today it's 4th.
So much for the peaceful protest zone announced by New Jersey Governor Mikey Sherrill. Far-left streamer Hassan Piker also showed up outside Delaney Hall this week.
I think we were about to react because there was an obvious security breach and the guy tried to keep Hassan there. I only started Hassan as a fraud when Hassan had to leave due to security safety threat. No, I don't think it's reflective. This happened like the next day. He didn't reflectively call this guy a Fed on like stream or whatever. This happened the next day. This is for the Fox News segment, right? It was more of like this guy, this guy's word is being used by Fox News, so therefore he must be a Fed. You know what I mean? That's where it comes from.
Week, and he didn't seem to get a warm welcome.
That's literally objectively untrue. It was the fucking counter protesters that were there to disrupt the event. For the record, it wasn't the fucking actual Delaney protesters that were doing that shit. It was the fucking counter protesters. But hey, if you're on the internet,
reflective reaction to it on Fox News, he has another person. I agree. It's not good to violently sue black workers as Feds.
If you're one of those guys on the internet, remember.
Fellow far-left activists heckled him and chased him away.
Wait, what happened? What happened that quick? What happened? He's a fraud. He don't know what the you're talking about.
Yeah. Federal agents. Fucking federal agents, dude.
Like, this is insane. This is insane, right? Because this doesn't only hurt this person he's talking about. It hurts the entire movement, right? Like this hurts the movement. It hurts the Black Panther Party, the African Black Panther Party. It hurts black activists on the street who are doing work. It hurts them. He's looking for validation from Fox News. No, he's frustrated that this person's words is being weaponized and utilized by Fox News. Right? That's what it is. And in the chat's like, you clown. It's just like they're mad that this person just doesn't like a song. It's like, yeah, you can not like a song, but you must do it silently. Is it ultras would rather side with ICE and Nazis? Like, this person's not pro-ICE. Like, what are we talking about? What are we talking about? And it's just like, it's insane. Insane. Fighting created by Fox's narrative and all hurt all sides involved. This was literally my point. No, it's not all sides involved. This is this community. This is the Sox community coming at black activists. This is not like a both sides thing. This is not like, well, you know, we all need to be better about infighting. Like, it's crazy. And this is racist, by the way. Oh, you walking away from some crackhead Fed? What are we talking about, bro? What are we talking about? What do you mean by that? He's not inviting. He asked Hassan a question, and Hassan gave a lip-coded answer. So he didn't like that first impression of Hassan. It's literally just that. It's that. And now, like, this is insane. I just want to point that out. This is crazy. I'm not even going to read it, but like, what are we talking about here? I'm sorry, but any calling themselves a Black Panther is unfortunately probably a Fed. Like, I swear. 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 Like, this is like Hassan gave them permission to do this. This is done with the permission of Hassan, by Hassan calling this guy a Fed. Right? Uncle Ruckus. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? They're so ready, right? They're so primed to disregard any critique that they get and receive ever, or Hassan receives ever. Right? I mean, he criticized Hassan, but like, so he must be a bad guy. That's craziness. That's crazy. That is crazy.
I'll say it every day.
Like, ultras side with Nazis and ICE. Like, ultras. Like, this is insane. This is craziness. Classic Black Panther Party Fed. It's insanity. His team sports are sitting at the home or the TV thinking that they'll change the score of the game. The British is not a spectator sport. I critique Hassan at all, just trying to get left-wing news sources suspect. I was looking forward to that coverage. Can't tell if you're joking or not.
I live like a
That was for the 10 months. It's wild.
Dalextrax just subscribed.
Yeah. Dude, this is
like traitors to humanity. Like, what are we talking about? What are we talking about?
This is I mean,
that guy was trying to bait some sort of violent rhetoric. It was so obvious. This is what I don't understand, right? Could it just be like this guy wants a more hardline revolutionary stance, and that's okay? You can disagree with it, but like, this guy can be like genuine. It's possible for him to just actually just be revolutionary and want a more revolutionary stance, and he's not trying to like catch Hassan off guard. I think I saw the one guy having a cordial talk with Cam Higbee. What are we talking? What? Okay, I can't. What are we talking about? And that cordial talk is him like calling out Cam for being pro-ICE. So they were just lying about this person. Just straight up lying. I can't. Because the class struggle is not always inherently violent. Strikes are peaceful until pigs come to brutalize them. Peaceful protests or violence, no in between for them.
This is confirming my suspicion.
This guy also went on to yell about Dan Clancy and Kaya. Not true, by the way. This is incorrect and false. This is a falsehood. Not the same guy. Which is kind of crazy because I immediately clocked it wasn't the same guy. I was like, when I heard it, I was like, that doesn't sound like the same guy. And we found the original, like, the original clip. It's a different person.
Right there.
all these people following you and shit, you're a fucking fraud.
Wait, what happened? What happened that quick? What happened?
He's a fucking fraud. He don't know what the fuck he's talking about. People following him because he got money.
Yeah.
Look at him running. You don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Fuck Twitch, nigga, get out of here with them view bots. You view botting pussy. The fuck.
That's a different guy. This is the guy with the camera. He's the guy with the Kick logo on his phone. Different person. Different person. Not the same person. They don't even sound the same. This is just craziness. I think Asana said in the past, the Black Panther Party has been defanged, has a lot of feds, so a lot of the chatters take it to mean all Panthers are feds. I just think the chatters are racist.
This is confirming my suspicion that the campaign of disruption has become
Black Panther dude was a federal agent. Okay, this is a question.
Far more sophisticated. I mean, this is not all that sophisticated if you understand how wreckers behave, right?
New Black Panther Party and crackhead kick streamers working as feds. Like, what are we talking about? It's not even true. It's literally, it just was so frustrating, bro. Right? Because the next time Black Panthers are brought up on a Assange stream, this is what you're going to get. This is why it's important, right? The next time that the Black Panthers are brought up on a Assange stream, you're gonna get this. Right? Or honestly, any Black people organizing. Any Black people organizing, you're gonna get this. You're gonna get, oh, aren't they feds? Aren't they feds? I saw that one guy on a Assange stream that was a fed. Right? To further discredit the already super difficult Black organizational efforts that exist in this country. Having a critique of strategy isn't wrecking. If we evaluate our tactics, if we can evaluate our tactics, we're doomed. Calling any criticism, federal agent objectively wrecking it to organizing it actively deorganizes. If you were to ask that question, what do you think a better response would be? I agree that protesting isn't enough. So how do you say that without criticizing yourself? I don't think Hassan needed to say anything else. I don't necessarily care what Hassan says in this, right? Right? Hassan's response to that person is not the issue, right? That person's response to Hassan's response is also not the issue. They just have a difference in strategy. You know what I mean? They just have a difference in strategy. And that's fine. Right? I don't know if Hassan could have said something that, like, he believes that wouldn't have made that Black Panther guy upset. Right? Because they have a difference in strategy. That's not the problem, right? That's not the issue. The issue is that when that difference of strategy is met with being called a fed because you believe in a different strategy. You know what I mean? My take is that it's your job as a leftist to see this Black Panther guy who wants a more aggressive, I'll say, a more aggressive strategy to, I think that isn't great strategy, but you understand that it comes from frustration, right? You do get that. He's a on-the-ground organizer who organized for 10 years, who has been doing what Hassan says. That's why he's frustrated. That's why that is what he's yelling at Hassan for. I don't know what else you want me to say. He's a Fed apparently because he thinks that protesting to change the minds of your oppressors is the bad strategy. Yes, essentially. That's what the take is. He's yelling at Hassan because he's been organizing for 10 years. Yes, he's yelling at Hassan because he's organized in New Jersey, where Hassan was for 10 years, 10 plus years, and he sees this guy who he has never seen before organizing in New Jersey show up at a protest and commandeer a lot of attention. That's why he's yelling at Hassan. That's why he's frustrated with Hassan. He's been doing this. He's been protesting. He's been on the ground. Is Hassan is famous? Do you understand what I'm saying, chatter? I'm not speaking in riddles. He's frustrated as somebody who's on the ground in the same way that like people were frustrated at politicians who show up to protest. It's the frustration that people on the ground organizing. If you would know this, if you were on the ground organizing. If you organize with people on the ground, you would know this. When they're doing this work, right, trying to actually push for something, it is frustrating to them when somebody from outside of their community comes into their community and just says, just do more of what you're doing. That's the frustration. That's why he's frustrated. That doesn't make Hassan wrong, but that's where his frustration comes from. He doesn't know Hassan. He thinks Hassan is just a guy with a camera spouting talking points. He has a right to be upset. Yeah. The president show up to your event, chase them away with an official list of demands, worked every time. Do you? Okay. I don't know how to describe this to you. There's literally, I can't describe organizing to people. I can't describe organizing to you losers who don't leave your house. There's no way for me to do that. Literally, there is no way for me to get you to understand what it's like to organize when you've never left your house. There's no combination of words that I can say to make you understand how frustrating that is. Literally, there is none. There's literally none. You don't know me? I think I do. When guys like Cam Higbee are running around local organizers have a right to be suspicious of a famous guy with cameras. Exactly. And for some reason, chatters think that they don't understand this. They don't know this. Exactly. You don't understand. Like this guy literally talked to Cam Higbee earlier today, debating him about why him being pro-ICE is bad. You think this guy who literally had to debate Cam Higbee, the super pro-ICE guy, right, and sees all of these detractors with cameras farming clout off of this protest, would not be a little bit suspicious of somebody else with a camera? Both sides saw everyone with cameras out, Hassan and him. Yes. Right? But my expectation is that for Hassan to understand that people are going to be frustrated, right? Potentially by his presence there, and then to eat that. That's my expectation of Hassan. Right? As the person who is the outsider, right? As the person who has the political clout, right? It has the millions of dollars. My expectation of Hassan is to understand that people, even on the ground organizers, right, may be frustrated by his presence there, even if he's doing something good, and just eat that. That's what I expect from Hassan. He ate IRL but got pissed at Fox using it as content to attack him. Yes, and then he popped off in a way that I think is unacceptable. I agree. I think he did what he needed to do IRL. He did exactly what he should do IRL, right? He walked away, he let it rock, he moved on. That is exactly what he should do. Which is why I think it's weird people are defending him in this regard. He did exactly what he should have done in IRL. Right? He should have done that in the Fox News segment. right? He should have let it rock. He should have been like, yeah, I get why people may be upset about my presence there. Whatever. He moves on, right? I think he took an L by calling him a Fed. Genuinely. Really just had someone, some of my folks over here in the area, we realized the way it would look, and things open up for bad actors to take advantage of would be the wrong move. Like how organizers feds just shows that he's not as in touch as people want to think. I don't even think it's like deep like that. I think he just got upset that this. I think he's upset by being on the same side of this person, and for this guy's words to be weaponized by Fox News. And then he took his anger out on from that situation on this guy, on this random Black Panther member. Right? I don't think Hassan actually has an issue with being called a fraud. I think he has an issue with being called a fraud and those words being used as like, see, even his own people hate him or whatever. Right? And then his response to that was bad. His response to that was to call this guy a Fed because they're doing like Fox News's work or whatever, or the federal government's work, even though this person was not doing this to be like clouded up, right? This person did not do this to like, he didn't even record it himself. He was recorded on a Kick streamer's Twitch or Kick stream or whatever, right? He didn't like want for that to be used by Fox. His goal was not like, I'm going to get Hassan to say something insane for Fox News or whatever. Anybody know if Hassan called them all feds? Did he call this guy specifically a Fed? This guy specifically. He called this guy specifically a Fed. Or at least imply this guy specifically was a Fed.
Fellow far-left activists heckled him and chased him away.
Wait, what happened? What happened that quick? What happened? He's a fraud. He don't know what the you're talking about.
Yeah. Federal agents. Fucking federal agents, dude.
When you have a platform that big, you got to be better prepared to deal with scrutiny, even if it's exploited by the right. Yes.
I'll say it every day. Yeah. Dude, this is confirming my suspicion. This is confirming my suspicion that the campaign of disruption has become.
If he said, don't let Fox Fed jacket you, it would be a different combo, but instead of calling him directly a Fed, yeah. If he just acknowledged that like this person could potentially be genuine in his beliefs and he's being weaponized and utilized. This is the same thing about like the Rama conversation. Hamdani's wife, right? If he recognized like, hey, this person who's very obviously emotional about this is being weaponized by Fox News as a weapon against the left, right? That would be a different thing. Right? Instead of like making this person your enemy, turn them into your ally. Be like, Fox News is obviously trying to use this person's anger, right? Misdirected at me, but still anger, right? To turn us against each other, right? To make it seem like we are actually fully not aligned on this issue. You know what I mean? Because you have to understand this guy is an organizer on the ground who doesn't have that same level of power. I don't think he should be called a fed without evidence. Or definitely not Uncle Ruckus. I think calling Hassan a fraud fundamentally misjudges his role in all this. Yeah, but he doesn't know Hassan, chatter. Does that make sense? He doesn't know Hassan. He doesn't know Hassan nor his role on this, nor do I expect him to. I don't expect every random on-the-ground organizer to be integrally familiar with Hassan's overall strategy. How could he call him a fraud? Because he's frustrated by this guy he knows is a rich, super rich guy, right? Who has a posse around him at a protest. He sees Hassan in a similar vein. He sees Cam Higby he just talked to. Somebody at this protest who is detracting from the overall goal. That doesn't mean he's right, but that's where it comes from. And it's your job to understand that, like, this person may not be correct, but his anger is valid, right? I understand why they're angry. And you just keep it pushing. That's the expectation. Should the organizer be expected to recognize a leftist politician running for Congress? No! No, not really. Electoralism is not the end-all be-all of politics. It's barely even the start of politics. Most ground organizers don't know who's running. Yeah, because they're worried about, like, material change.
Sizes and you make them even. White people are still more. Yeah, so if you make the.
I was here.
Far more sophisticated. I mean, this is not all that sophisticated if you understand how wreckers behave, right? Yeah. They're right-wing agitators. Some of them might even be paid to be there to disrupt. And yes, this is a coordinated smear campaign. And what is interesting about it is that
like, this guy is not right-wing. I don't understand that. Yeah, I think he thought this guy was a counter-protester. But you can't do that. You can't do that. You can't do that. Genuinely. You can't just put all criticism in this, like, in this box of just being like, these are all the people who are right wing, right? You can't do that. People are allowed to be genuine protesters, right? At this protest, who take issue with Hassan. They are allowed to do that. That is something that they are allowed to do. He does that all the time. Difference is that this time it matters to us. Be real. No, I'm saying that you, like, not Hassan himself can't do that. I mean, that's not something that you should do. When I say you can't do that. Right? And I obviously know. I always have an issue with this. I talk about this consistently. You would know this if you watch me. I always have an issue with Hassan taking criticism and putting them all in one box and disregarding all of it. Because some of the criticism is coming from the right. Always. Always. I always say this. I always say Hassan needs to be better at delineating what is, good faith, valid critique, and what is not. Consistently. Right? I said it like 2 months ago. When it comes to the N-word stuff.
Population America is 70%, right? If you make the populations.
What's wrong thing? This one.
Fox News every single day writes another article just about everything that I've covered on the stream. They just literally transcribe my stream. Left-wing streamer blasts New Jersey governor over state police response at ICE facility protest. The Marxist political commentator also quoted Mao Zedong and voiced support for billionaire candidate Tom Steyer. Yeah, it's just, they just sit in here all day, every day. By the way, shouts out to Fox News, my biggest fans. We should play them the song.
Like, my expectation is not that, like, the Black Panther guy knows this. Right? I understand that, but not everybody IRL knows you. Exactly. That is exactly my take. I don't have the expectation that the Black Panther guy is supposed to know this. You know? I can understand Hassan's frustration with this being utilized and weaponized by the right. But, like, I don't expect this guy to know that, nor really care as an on-the-ground organizer. You know? Which is why I think that he should have just let it rock. I think he should have just let it rock. And say that, like, most people at the protest were, like, you know, extreme shitposters or whatever. Instead of, like, calling this guy a Fed.
If you want to play them the song, if you like the soundboard, bruh, it's time for some gifted subs, everybody.
I don't think that that's it. Yeah. Also, ADK, they give her the 16 months. Also, Penguin, they give her the 4 months. That's it. I and this would be one thing if it was just in the stream, but I've seen, like, people on Twitter, like, calling this guy a Fed. And that's meaningful, chat. That's meaningful because, like, again, when we talk about the reason why there are just no Black people in the DSA, right? When we talk about the reason why, like, leftist spaces don't seem to be bursting at the seams with Black people, it's because of things like this. Black people are organizing, and they're organizing within their own communities, right? And they're disregarded for doing that. There aren't Black people in the DSA. There are not a lot of Black people in the DSA. DSA is overwhelmingly white. Like, disproportionately, like, non-Black. Right? But calling, like, the Black Panthers Feds, you have chatters being like, haha, Black Panther Party knew they were Feds, right? That is impactful when it covers, like, how Black people organize. Right? Black people are going to see that, are going to be like, whoa, I was just going to be called a Fed if I just disagree with the strategy on this. I'm not going to join this movement. And they're going to keep organizing in their own spaces by themselves. You know? To be honest, DSA ain't doing much to change them demographics either. Yeah, because they don't really care. They don't really care to fix it for the most part. The DSA should be organizing with the Black organizers, especially since I've seen Black candidates for the DSA. There are more of them now, still overwhelmingly white. They're also not they're not in the South at all, right? Like, in some of these communities, like in some of these Black communities, these supposed, like, Fed groups are the only form of organization, right? They don't have a DSA chapter. They don't have, like, a broad sweeping, like, you know, socialist or leftist collective. Inherently so. They do have a socialist collective, but it's the Black Panther Party. You know? And you need to build those inroads. I'm automatically a Fed because I disagree with so I do is what other black people think, hence not associated with the DSA movement. Yes. Newark has no DSA chapters despite being the largest city in New Jersey. I did not know that. Anyway. It's just, I don't know, it's just weird that like people are so willing to like throw black people like to the wolves. You know? Hassan's getting it from the left, right, and center. Yes, but Hassan needs to understand that like if he's getting it from the left, that's different than getting it from the right and center, you know? Hassan been made aware that the guy was and is an actual organizer. I don't know, but he should have known better regardless. My take. Right? His proclivity to just automatically associate or assign people with the label of being wrecker in a Fed is part of the problem. You know what I mean? It's just lumping comrades with disagreements as right-wing Feds. Exactly. Exactly. And that does damage. It does harm. Right? Hassan is expected to know every single organizer and on-the-ground activist. Hassan is expected to not lump in every organizer with right-wing. Like Hassan is expected to not lump in every criticism that that is levied at him as being bad faith. That's the take. And I've had this take consistently. I do expect Hassan to know better when it comes to being levied and hit with criticism. He needs to do a better job of this drawing a line between what critique is unfair and bad faith and invalid, and what is critique that may come with a bit of anger, but is valid. Right? A lot of this conversation is just tone policing. You know? It is. It's just like, I don't like how angry this person was. They must be bad faith because of their anger or whatever. There's some left as being bad faith, like Bada Panada and the Cav. I don't know. My mind went to clavicular for a second. The clavicular. We acknowledge them and don't take them seriously. Nobody's saying leftists are good faith, but not all are bad faith either. Yeah. Famous leftist ultra clavicular. Exactly. Imagine if Chairman Africa is a Bad Abanada fan. Bad Abanada would hate him and shoot him on sight. I think that's it. Is Ugopnik hacked? Oh, Ugopnik is hacked. I was like, hey, you got into crypto? The more you know. The more you know. That's pretty silly. It's pretty funny. I couldn't imagine crypto trading was real. Not until I came across an expert trader who showed me how to make legit money off of the crypto market. I just received an investment of $25,000 to my crypto account, which is $800 within 3 hours. Thanks a lot, ma'am. And then it's Zendaya, and then it was they gave me the opportunity. Zendaya Yikvap. You click a DM link? Must have. He must have. I have to use the bathroom. Dang, that's crazy. Well, chat, if you want crypto, you know where to go. I guess always tune into the Yukoptic stream. I don't think he's live right now. Not. Oh, I didn't even talk about the California elections. I had a great take on the Shortcut Connie Chan Scott Wiener election take thing. Please share. Oh, I was right. That was my answer. Here was the quick notes version. I told y'all like a month ago that I don't think Strike was going to win. Do y'all remember me saying that, chat? It was like over like a month ago, a month and a half ago. I remember saying that, and the reason why I said it was one, yes, California is cooked, but two, there was too much discourse. Right? There was too much discourse around the election cycle. Right? There was the whole like Shweka didn't endorse Dean Preston, and that made like the San Francisco DSA mad because he endorsed against the DSA candidate. His response to that was bad. Local orgs in San Francisco didn't trust him because he felt like he was an outsider. DSA and Hassan are not aligned; they're not winning. Yeah, and that there was too much discrepancy there in that entire conversation, and that ruined the policy discussion. I do think Strike Out was better than Connie Chan and Scott Wiener, but that doesn't matter when the conversation is completely removed from the policy. Right? If you don't have DSA and local org support, you ain't winning. Cat and Strike Out showed that. Yes, exactly. You just show up, but they're not talking about Palestine for years, run as a pro-Palestine candidate in a city that has some of the most pro-Palestine advocacy in recent history. Oh, okay. I'm about to say the first half applies to a certain candidate that I won't name. Yeah, he was just seen as an outsider. He wasn't seen as a part of the community, right? And that's kind of the main problem. The DSC wasn't rocking with him, and he didn't do enough to build those bridges to make amends. He could have earlier on. He could have done more to try to make amends for his honestly pretty bad conduct as it pertains to like you don't endorse against the DSA candidate and then expect DSA support. You can't do that. You have to work and pull that back. Yeah, he actively said that he doesn't want the DSA to endorse him. I think we're so open endorsing folks who don't even call themselves socialists. Listen, I'm right there with you. Why I don't endorse people. But then you had the California, like, LA mayoral race, which, I mean, Nithya kind of deserved that, if I'm being entirely honest. Like, is there going to be any introspection around maybe Nithya wasn't the candidate and maybe it should have been somebody else? I don't think so with the DSA LA. I don't think there'll be any introspection there. But there could be a lesson around that. You think they might still win? Really? I thought she was like far behind from what I saw. But I didn't look at the like late night election results. Oh, it was a new dump? Oh. I did not see that. Votes are still counting. Maybe she pulls it through. Maybe she pulls it through. Who knows? Steyer cooked? No, actually. I don't think Steyer's cooked. I think he has a decent shot from what I saw of like doing something. But like it does seem a little bit cooked. It does seem a little bit cooked, I will say. But you know, They're very close with both races. It's not over like razor close. Like Nithya is a bass plant. I mean, I think genuinely she cucked herself by not doing the Hassan stream, but for just being so bad on Hassan stream. I think she had a decent chance of like pulling her numbers up a lot and a lot of favor up if she positioned herself as an actual good leftist candidate. She kind of floundered on that in the final hour. You know? It's sad because Hassan tried to spoon feed her answers too. Yeah. Yeah. The runs me ads I've seen it's seen as inauthentic and as a billionaire star as a hard sell to progressive candidate. I should have found someone better to support in my opinion. He's not serious. I mean the entire government race, bro. Last person to hold that seat was Gavin Newsom. You know what I mean? It was Gavin Newsom. So like that seat's cursed. But to be fair, that's the entirety of California politics. It's really bad. This is why I can't stand electoral politics. It's really bad. It's really bad in California. There's zero reason California does not have like ranked choice voting, by the way. Like statewide. It's the bluest state on paper. There's no reason that Washington State can be instituting ranked choice voting before freaking California. You know what I mean? Not anymore. New York is right now. I mean, yeah, not anymore. It was at one point, though. It was up there. But will it ever change? No. 2016? Okay, don't say that. It makes you feel old. When general primary was instituted to benefit Republicans, right? Most electoral politicking is benefiting Republicans. Most like it's literally everything is Republicans pulling back the reins to make themselves more popular because they're falling out of favor. It's been like that for decades. Republicans will rig the system to try to hold on to power for a little bit longer because everybody hates them. Republicans should not have won after 2000. They shouldn't even won in 2000. But like, there's no pathway for them to be victorious, except for they didn't. But like, there's no pathway for them to be victorious if you truly consider the way that the electoral system is set up. But the Democrats are so feckless, they let the Republicans win. You know? Also, yes, the prop votes are also really bad in California. Bro, you have, again, in one of the bluest states in the country, Californians voting to keep wage, like a gig slavery, basically. Like, that makes no sense. No sense for one of the bluest states in the country. Yeah, they also voted to keep prison labor. Also makes no sense. It's rough. Rough. Really bad. I said 2022 they voted for those things in 2024. I thought Prop 8 was 2020. I think it's Prop 8. It's so hard to keep track of all these electoral stuff, bro. That's why I don't like doing it. Or Prop 22. First, Oscar Gavin went against the entire California Democratic Party on a prop. It failed. There were zero consequences for him. I do. I also remember him like personally going out and pulling up homeless encampments. Props for how California banned gay marriage and kept the death penalty. This is also true. Hey, California sucks. It sucks. It's really bad. It's really bad. California. The Prop 22 was in 2020. I was right. I'm a genius. I have to use the bathroom. Here, I'll let you watch the P. Oh, I have to pee so badly. Here, watch this.
We just got LA mayor. I am told we got.
What?
Oh my gosh! Remember I said we would get a gigantic batch, all at once.
All right, back to the devastating realities of elections taking place today. I cannot believe that there's a British guy who's possibly going to make it to the top 2. What a shame. Yeah, stop the boats, dude. That's what I say. Stop the boats, lad. We got too many British people coming in here, ruining the state that I love. What happened to Brexit, yeah? What about Calexit? Calexit means Calexit, lad. No more British people coming in, stealing our jobs, yeah? You know what I really don't like about Spencer Pratt? I mean, everything, but specifically, you want to know why I really despise him? Because he's got stupid chud confidence. Yeah, I blew through $10 million. Yeah, who gives a I was dumb. I was young. And the problem is that clicks with a lot of other stupid chuds. Yeah, he has that co-worker energy. Jersey, New Jersey, New Jersey, New Jersey, New Jersey. Adam Hamawi, Adam Hamawi, Adam Hamawi. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. New Jersey, size of Israel. New Jersey, tiny nation, size of Israel, surrounded by scary enemies.
I'm back. Hopefully y'all didn't hear my singing. What was I gonna say? I forgot. Oh, I will also say, you can't win them all. People were, I saw a tweet be like, all of Hassan's candidates lost yesterday. And it's like, well, yeah, half of them were in California. And that's California. You can't win them all. You feel me? We unify with China. Listen. I don't have anything to say about that. Oh, I was gonna say something I forgot. You should subscribe. I was gonna say something. I remember what I was gonna say. Apparently Tom Steyer wanted to come on the stream on the 1st of July or June. That's what it was. I saw it in my spam like yesterday. What do you mean? They wanted to come on. Check your mail. I don't look at my emails. Did he also want to go on Hassan's? I don't know, maybe. And I realized this as well because there was also, I think maybe it was the city. It wasn't the city council president. That doesn't make any sense. Some city councilor in LA also asked to come on my stream too. To talk about something with the police, I think. I saw that a few days ago. It was in my Instagram DMs. I don't know why I don't look at my stuff. The interview on Breaking Points was funny, but it got pressed. Hey, at least they pressed somebody. As long as their name is not doesn't rhyme with Bram Krager. But instead of a business domain for increasing instead of forwarding to your primary email, I have a business domain. I think Kodo's got his domains. Okay, chill. I have like 6 domains I'm paying for, bro. On a 3-year basis, though. So I'll never tell you what they're for. Oh, okay. One last thing I said. Nobody came to my 3rd channel stream. It was like 2 days ago. I told you I was gonna do it. You have a second channel? I have a third channel because my second channel has too many people on it now. Are we supposed to find it? I don't know. What is it? I'm not telling you. Sounds like that's what you wanted, to be honest. Yes. What's the point then? I don't know how my second channel got found, to be fair. So I had to find out how my second channel got found. So I don't do that for my third channel. But still make it findable. You told us? Oh, right, I did tell you. Because it was supposed to be my art channel. You're right. It was supposed to be my art channel. You already saw this? No, I did not. What is it? Stop. Oh, no shot. This isn't real. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Keith Edwards, another left-wing political commentator and political strategist, say the New York Times about to run a story about Platter sexually assaulting a woman. The New York Times is about to run an anti-Platter smear from a literal right-wing operative. I'm not kidding. They're about to say Platter essayed a woman. What it's worth, Edwards also broke the news about Swalwell's sexual assault scandal a day before the news media started reporting on it. A big story on Eric Swalwell dropping tomorrow, I'm told. Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think this can be read as like he's saying like they're going to say this insane thing or whatever. Right? Never mind. I was wrong. I'm incorrect. That would say more than one women are accusing Plattner of sexual assault. The Washington Post also racing to get Plattner's sexual assault story out as well. Are you saying? Oh, exactly. This is what I was wondering. Are you saying this as something you heard will be in this story, as something you're presuming, or as something you're joking about with Kyle? This is a notable uncertainty that I would appreciate clarification. This is exactly what I was thinking as well. It's in the story. WAPO is racing to get it out as well. I'm hearing it was more than one woman. Chat, I told you this. Didn't I literally tell you this? Not even 3 days ago. I told you that there was going to be something else. I literally said this. I said there's going to be like one more thing. Because I remember saying it at the end of the conversation from a few from last stream. Shut up, Sean 2. Well, that's actually Sean 3. I'm Sean 4 now. Was it 2 days ago or was it 4 days ago? I don't remember. It was this one. Well, I don't know. Oh yeah, I should after apparently.
That started America, filling that future in which, you know what, access. I think that's
can publish anytime.
Honestly,
follow on Spotify.
I can't believe we watched the entire thing. I don't think we've learned anything, honestly. It's because I thought it was funny. No, this isn't it. I feel like I read someone on the Republican side said this would happen like a week ago. I can't find it now. What was it at, chat? I said there would be one more, right? I don't remember the timestamp. It was after the sexual assault story. No, it was after the it was after the last story that happened. Cheating. It was after the cheating story. So it wasn't this day. It was this day. Did I just take your word for it? No, because I remember saying it. Before we watched Legos. If you go to Omegle, you know that it's known for like a different time. It was going to be shut down. Did it stop? But like if that there's more to come after this. I was gonna say, if he was signaling that there's more to come after this, I am very curious as to what else is from this. He wasn't here actually. But no, not KICK kid. He wanted like the 5. No, it was earlier than this. Like even like, what a lot of vets don't like.
Quo that I am
right. Like no adult person that I know use Kick. That's what Kick is. Or like to a group, the profile pictures, the group chat feature was a lot of predators.
knows this. We've all.
I will say here. Also, I will show this. Abuse due Kick specifically is basically like Twitter, because it's not like Twitter. By browser, I wouldn't say. I would still say KICK Kick the streaming. I do want to get to the Lego thing though. Oh, okay. I wasn't here. Which is like there's like apparently like, this whole thing with like Lego scandal. I know I said it. Right, and then it goes to the. It's true. Do we think a lot of we're about to see a lot of planner heads say that he needs to stay in the race for the sake of electoral politics? No, they just won't say anything. They'll say it's a right-wing smear from a right-wing outlet. Go to 230. Hey, I'm at 230. At the general. They're not gonna leak all they have now. Because they got it now, they're dumb. They leak it now because there's not much else really stuck so far. No, I don't think so. Maybe. They caught the Nazi salute on camera. No, I don't think that's it either. That's a bit too on the nose. Legit question, why not like it now? Is it why like it now? Why not let it fester? I genuinely believe that in a hypothetical, if there was a chance that Graham and other Blackwater mercenaries could face prison for war crimes, but it means a Platinum couldn't run anymore, they would choose to keep him in the raise. Well, yeah, but that's not happening in general. Two, definitely not the number cuts either. This man is inauthentic, bro. No, okay, it was earlier than this. I think this is it.
May emerge in this race.
Okay, what a crazy take of mine. Listen to this. It was really about to happen. Oh no, okay, it is here though. I'll get back to that in a second as well. But this is it. This is the take.
I'm wondering, are there other skeletons from your past that still may emerge in this race?
Okay, what a crazy take of mine. I think there's one more. I think there's one more. I don't know what it is. Inward? Ooh, that's a good pull. Just one. There might be more than one, but I don't think this is it. Think about it like this. Why would they leak this now? Right? When is the election? No one gets no, somebody did. Somebody actually did. I think it might have been Tessarand. I remember somebody saying it in chat, and I remember not reading it because I didn't want to like, you know what I mean? It felt weird of me to be like, I think he sexually assaulted somebody. Does that make sense? I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to put that out there. You know? I didn't want to put it out there. Yeah. So like, but I did see that there was one more. I did say there was one more. There was one more. I felt it. I felt it in my bones, you know? I felt my bones shake and creak. What day is it? The primaries technically didn't even happen yet. Primary happens on June 9th, speaking. Technically. I'm pretty sure. So technically, like, he's not even the candidate. Right? And then he goes to the general. They're not going to leak all they have now. Because they got it now, they're dumb. And we saw this part. Too on the nose. Legit question, why not leak it now? Is it why leak it now? Why not let it fester? I genuinely believe that in a hypothetical, if there was a chance that Graham and other Blackwater mercenaries could face prison for war crimes, but it means a Platinum couldn't run anymore, they would choose to keep him in the raise. Well, yeah, but that's not ever gonna happen, right? Because one, Republicans are not gonna charge anybody who was part of Blackwater with war crime. Like, that's not happening in general. Two, definitely not the Democrats either. They drive the story exponentially. I want to point out, just make it very clear, I don't like want this to be the case. I'm not like, yeah, this proves me correct. I knew he was a bad guy. Right? I would like it if Graham Plattner didn't keep doing bad stuff. That's my spy take. Does that make sense? Shots tangling. Like I don't speak on things for no reason. Right? When I said that I don't think Strikeout has I don't like Strikeout's chances of winning in San Francisco, I wasn't saying that based on nothing. Right? When I said that, like, I think there's one more thing for Graham Plattner, I'm not saying that based on nothing. I'm not making this up. Is this be the final nail in the coffin for Plattner campaign? No. Not in the slightest. You're not wishcasting. I'm not. I'm looking at the things that are in front of my face, and I'm telling you, like, this is what I see. Right? The cheating scandal looks bad. It's not that bad in comparison, but it looks bad to normies. If they're dropping that now, I knew they would drop something else. Right? I knew there would be another thing they were going to drop. And I think that would be it. Maybe. I don't care, bro. They just want Collins out. No, I don't even think it's that. I don't think they just want Collins out. I think they like Graham Plattner as a character. As a representation of the white left. That's why they defend him. People that I'm talking about. Right? I think after this, if this does actually drop, right, I think it'll be more like, but he's the only candidate that we have now. I think people will be more willing to say stuff like that. Instead of like fully riding for it. Or they'll just ignore it. Right? They'll say it came from the, I don't know, Wall Street Journal, stupid outlet. It's not even a real outlet. Who cares about that? Right? Obvious Zionist smear to smear this guy. It kind of reminds me of this tweet that I saw. Right? James said, Graham Plattner is funny because if you explain his background to folks without context, they're probably going to walk away being like, yeah, I mean, he sounds evil. But then he runs for Senate and a wild amount of people are just treating him like a progressive darling child. Like, oh, he did multiple volunteer tours on the front line of combat and then signed up for Blackwater. Has an incredibly wild, to put it nicely, internet presence where he revels in what he's done. And Nazi tattoo across his chest, I mean, that sounds like a villain. I think FTC Fire said that he could be Hydra. When I heard that, I was laughing because I was like, yeah, he feels evil. Right? And then this person was like, stop living out with the id poll, please. You're acting like the average American has a negative view of veterans. Lumfow. It's always identity politics instead of policy with you people. And this person's like, does the background include stuff like organizing and protecting school boards for trans folks, mutual aid work, or driving across the state to teach self-defense to trans women facing harassment? Because it tends to be pretty selectively edited version of what get passed around. And I saw another one that was basically like, you're just doing Zionist work for them. Go join K-Hive if you care about id poll over policy that much. I don't know what the other one is. I think it was a quote tweet. I know, it was like, why are you helping Zionists win? I can't remember where it was. Maybe it was deleted. But I was just like, wait, what are we talking about? LMAO, but LMFAO. I don't know why. It's where the discussion of actual solutions needs to be centered. But it's like this person like James didn't even be like say anything crazy. He didn't say don't vote for him. He didn't say I hope he loses. It's just like, yeah, this guy sounds evil. And they're like, you're doing id poll. This doesn't make sense though. Like what does that mean? What's the id poll there? What's the identity politics? I identify as a mercenary. What does K-Hive even mean? I don't have Twitter. K-Hive isn't like a Kamala Harris. It's like it's a play on the Beehive, which is like, or the Bayhive. I don't know how you say it, which was the Beyonce dance. K-Hive is like, you know, Kamala Harris dance. Beehive. Yeah, that sounds stupid. I like Bayhive or Beyonce. Anyway. Oh, for people who are asking what the new thing is, it's apparently Graham Plattner is going to be accused of sexually assaulting a woman from the Washington Post. That's like the news story that's apparently going to drop at some point. I don't know if it's true. It's multiple. Multiple. Oh yeah, more than one woman. Sorry, yeah, multiple. I was like, did I say that? Yeah, that's what's coming out. I didn't see this because I have Graham Plattner's name muted. So I don't know like why Kyle is doing this though. Right? The New York Times is about to run an anti-Plattner smear from a literal right-wing operative. I'm not kidding. Like, I think is an important part of the story, but like, do we care where the Eric Swalwell story came from? You know what I mean? Anybody stopped and was like, well, who actually broke this Eric Swalwell story? Who broke that story actually? It's discredit. It is a discredit, which I think I'll wait for the story to drop, but that's just I'm not looking forward to how leftists are going to cover this. Republicans can't be assaulted. I don't even think that they're saying that he assaulted a Republican. I think they're saying that the story is broke by a Republican. You know, almost like Plattner knew what was coming and got his wife to admit that nothing untoward happened. Makes you wonder how acute this political acumen really is for a green guy. I mean, he has a team around him. That's not entirely surprising. I'll wait for the story to drop. I don't want to speak on this story without the story dropping. But like, I think the pre-defense is weird. You don't need to do that, right? The same way that I'm not gonna like chastise Graham Plattner for a story that I haven't heard or seen yet. I think it's weird to defend him for a story that you also haven't seen yet. You know, just like let it drop and see what the allegations are, and believe the victims. Right? I had no reason to take this as like evidence or this as evidence per se, but you also don't have a reason to like take this as like he's justified or he's like, you know, he's innocent. Just wait for the story to drop. You don't have to say anything about it. It's crazy how often he gets ahead of issues time and time again prior to their drop. That's my take. That was wild. I said out loud to myself, yeah, you don't need to do that. And then he immediately said, you don't need to do that. Same brain. We can't be uncritical and incurious about our politicians. Yeah. But in the same way that, like, I'm not going to, like, you know, yell at Graham Plattner for something that I don't even have the information for. Like, there's no reason to defend it. I think it's silly. But that doesn't give me it doesn't give me confidence that Kyle Clancy's gonna cover this story adequately. You know? And I think a new poll just dropped to show Graham Plattner's 4 points up from Susan Collins. Right? I don't think people in Maine are going to care, depending on what the story is. But like, it's the same thing with the short guy conversation, right? It adds to the conversation. It takes away from the actual policy, right? Because like, leftists will defend him on the Blackwater stuff. They'll defend him on the cheating stuff. They'll defend him on the veteran stuff. I hope that like they'd be a little bit more hesitant to like immediately jump to his defense on like potential sexual assault. But I'll wait for whatever drops. I'm waiting on the Platter discourse. Was the leak of his overrated account real? Yes. That's like 50 million years ago news, you know. He's done like a bajillion things since then. I should wait till it's election time. I remember how the guy at gunpoint and leftists defended him, so I don't know. Yeah, but now they feel bad about it, so they pretend like they didn't. I'm hearing the women saying it's not what the news media is saying it. That's weird. Like, the victim preemptively came out and was like, it's not this. Like, who's the victim? Who's telling you these things? I don't like anything about the way the story is being handled. I think I saw I knew it was coming too, and it's what he was talking about here yesterday. Do I have to watch the entire video? Or is there a timestamp specific? 15:56. Thank you.
This is disgusting. Okay? This is insane. This is disgusting. I don't know what else to say about it. What can you say about it? There are powerful forces in this country that are very clearly worried about what we are doing. And they would not be worried if we weren't making some serious changes. You know, it's a battle that we have to fight. It's a war we have to wage. So be a little bit smarter in the future when you see stuff like this. That's all I can tell you. If you're wondering like, oh, what can I do? I'm just a viewer. When you see this kind of stuff in the wild, now you know where it's coming from. Now you know why it's happening. And it's not just for me. It's for, you know, people like Adam Hamawi as well. For other candidates who are also anti-Zionist or anti-corporate, do-nothing Democrats who are against the established neoliberal order. When you see people that are getting attacked like this, maybe not even on the issues themselves, because obviously if they were to actively come after people like myself to be like, oh, we hate him because he's for Medicare for all and we're actually subsidized by the for-profit healthcare companies, everyone would be like, okay, if you're a villain, who gives a shit? So they have to do all this other stuff. They have to do all of this other stuff where they're like, he was a bad guy. You shouldn't trust him. He's creepy. He's a sex pervert. He's had sex. Look, this is his house. Who has to withstand this shit? No one.
I mean, again, I'll wait for the allegations to drop. I don't know if this is like a smoking gun or whatever. I don't know. I haven't seen the allegations. I don't know what's being alleged. So Hassan could just be talking about his situation in here. Yeah. So I'm talking about the attack on him. Yeah, but the chatter is saying that it could also it could be Hassan like editorializing about the Platter situation as well. That's what the chatter is saying. I'm just saying that like I don't know. I don't see it. I don't know. I don't even know what this conversation is about either. You know? So I don't know. I'll wait for the story to drop. I don't have anything else to add. I'll wait for the story to drop. Keep me updated on the story. I think that's it. I think that's it. Even if it's relevant, he's still saying be smart on why these stories are dropping, considering the president and his admin is way worse. The media keeps doing 2016 shit. Yeah, I disagree with that. I think fuck that. If you do bad shit, you do bad shit. And I will call you out for the bad shit you do. I don't care how bad the Trump administration is doing. I hold you to a higher standard because you are supposedly leftist. That's how I feel on that. I hate people who are like, look at what Trump is doing now. You know what I mean? I will call out that like it's silly for Republicans to defend stuff like that because they defend Trump. But I don't defend Trump, nor do I defend the bad stuff that the leftists are doing or centrists are doing. That's how I view this conversation. I don't look at stuff like something bad that I see and I think, who else is saying this with me? Who else has an issue with this? You know what I mean? I don't hear like a white guy say the N-word and I'm like, do any pedophiles also hate this? You know? Do any Nazis also hate the N-word being said? No? Okay, I'm good. I can dislike this thing now. You know what I mean? Like I don't like wait to see like who else dislikes this thing for my dislike for that thing to also exist. You know? You say what he said. I'm just giving you context. I'm responding to your context. But that's just not how I want. Right? I've been consistent on this. Is I think if you do something that I find reprehensible, whoever you are, I will criticize it and I will call it out. And I've also called the bad stuff that like right-wing Nazis are doing. And I'll talk about them, right? Because they're also doing bad stuff. Everybody does bad stuff and everybody can be critiqued. And if leftists stop doing bad stuff, then we can spend all of our time critiquing the Nazis and critiquing the right-wingers and the MAGA. That's what I think. Anyway, final thoughts. Final thoughts. Josh Lego, true. What's the Hassan thing now? There is no Hassan thing. Give us your third channel now. Who knows? Maybe I'll be live on my third channel after this. Who knows? Washington Examiner knew. Bernie Sanders was non-committal when asked by the Washington Examiner reporter if there was a concern of sexual assault allegations that could come out against Grant Blatner. Bernie Sanders, why don't we examine income and wealth inequality? Oh, that's just not good. That's just not good. That's not free game. No, just don't. To be fair, like, I don't know what you would say if you like are going to continue to ride for this guy. Like, I don't know if there's a way to frame this as like not matter, you know? But it's like this is not a good way to go about it. They asked him in private. Oh, this was like yesterday. Washington Journal from inside the senator's meeting with Plattner. Some interesting details where his biggest backers pressed him if any additional allegations were coming. Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders asked Plattner if any additional allegations would emerge against the embattled Democratic candidate. According to people familiar with the discussion, Plattner said there weren't any. Massachusetts Senator Elizabeth Warren, who also attended the meeting, followed up by saying there's a big difference between marital issues and allegations of sexual assault, the people said. Plattner agreed and denied any credible allegations of assault were forthcoming. I mean, I didn't expect them to say that they were coming, but like this Honestly, that puts Elizabeth Warren in a way worse position. You know what I mean? That puts Elizabeth Warren in a way worse position if allegations do show. Right? Because like she's on record being like, yeah, I mean, there's a difference between cheating on your wife and sexual assault allegations, and then like sexual assault allegations show up. What do you do? Yeah, what do you say to that? You just be like, well, that also doesn't really matter. Healthcare. Who wants healthcare? Who wants healthcare? Huh? Like, you know what I mean? Like, this is the problem. This is the problem. This is the issue with the way people covered Grant Plattner. Because now, kind of forced to defend. Right? Everybody should have been treating Grant Plattner like I said 6 months ago, which is just like, ugh, I hate that I have to vote for this guy, but he's the only option. Now it is sunk cost fallacy. It is sunk cost fallacy. It should have been like, well, I hate that I have to vote for the Blackwater guy, but he's all that we have. He's all that we have. But they defended Blackwater. They defended him being like a mercenary who went out of his way to join a war that he knew was bad and wrong. Why wouldn't they defend this too? Like I don't see why they wouldn't. You know. Defended the Nazi tattoo. Why would they stop that? Low-key Fetterman had less obvious red flags. No, not even low-key. That's high-key. New Lego development. LOL. You just sent me a pump fun thing. Oh, Lord. Don't... what? Aside for what hour is this? Bricks and minifigs parts ways with Salem, Oregon franchise owners Brandon Best and Joshua Johnson. This ain't gonna help you, bro. This ain't gonna help you. Evidence of neglect uncovered Brian Mansell and Crystal Law Gorman jointly valued Lego collection at $95,000 to $100,000 related to the unauthorized co-assignment arrangement. Unauthorized co-assignment arrangement. Corporate takes actions and reached out directly to Brian Mansell as again for informal resolution. Oh yeah, they're cooked. They're cooked. It still won't matter. But just after the police footage was released is crazy. Of course, they weren't gonna do it before. Nah. Nah, Bricks and Minifigs is cooked. But chat, do you want a franchise opportunity? Let's see what the franchise opportunities are offering. Start your franchise journey. I would love to. Is that what you're interested in? Owning a franchise business. They want a net worth of $175,000? Bro, you think I'm made of money? No. Oh. Yes. I need to have $75,000 in liquid capital to own a Bricks and Minifigs business? Can I just get a business loan or something? First name. Brandon Best. That would be hilarious. That would be really funny. Anyway, I have Grant Plattner's name muted, so if something does drop, you have to let me know, chat. You have to let me know. Guys, the property's initials are BB. BB, indeed. Let's trade. Let you know if you give us your third channel. Can't do that, Chatter. Can't do it. BB and JJ. Oh, you're right. I love BB and J's. We all do. Right on. Let us know. To let us know if you're live with their channel. Guess you won't know. Guess you won't ever know. Stuff I was talking about there is spicy. Spicy stuff. You never know. Anyway, I think that's it, right? Yeah. Nothing so far. Okay, well, I'll end with this. Did you hear Hassan chat for an FT's platter video to him? No, I did not. They said FD said voting for Platinum is racist. What? Where'd they even get that from? Don't tell me. I have an idea. 1 out of 4. So what I've heard from Democratic Party platter voters, Democratic Party sources, a source tells me the New York Times story is coming that is worse than sexting but survivable. This led me to posting a Squidward banging on his head. A different source tells me that it's a right-wing activist. Is planning on going on a record, their words, with New York Times about Plattner, but they don't know what she's saying. The first source tells me the story isn't as bad as they initially believed. Remember that they said the story was worse than sexting but survivable. Conclusions, conclusion, I've been operating under the assumption that both people who told me this were talking about the same story, but now I'm thinking that they might be two separate Plattner stories coming, and these people each heard a different one. There's no way that my first source would have thought that allegation of sexual assault would have been survivable for Plattner. I mean, people have defended him on other stuff as well. So, MAGA left, baby. Which is why I think there might be two separate New York Times pieces being worked on. This all extremely bad, and I've communicated with each main Democratic gubernatorial campaign. They need to be prepared to step into the Senate race should their candidate lose the gubernatorial primary. You would think a Nazi tattoo, you wouldn't think a Nazi tattoo was survivable? Yeah, you wouldn't, but you know, here we are. Okay. I will echo the same question. Who's out here giving these stories, all these guys? I don't even know, bro. That's a good question. But who's just out here being like, yo, I have this extra story? Because there's really multiple stories floating around. Maybe from the Plattner team. Just kind of try to like soften the waters a little bit, get everyone on the same page. There's like 50 people in Maine. Yeah, there's not that many people. I don't know. I don't know. We'll wait and see. I echo my same question that I asked. Like, what would it take for the people who are like all in on defending Plattner to just admit maybe they could have had a more critical eye originally? I'm not expecting them to drop support for Graham Plattner. I'm not expecting them to like be like, I hate Graham Plattner now. But like, what would it take for them to admit that maybe they could have had a more critical eye to begin with? If he loses, you will see it. I disagree. I think if he loses, people are going to come to me and blame me for that. I think if he loses, I'm going to have my DMs flooded. How dare you criticize Graham Plattner? And there'll be zero introspection to be like, maybe there should have been a different candidate. Maybe we should have had a different candidate. Like, am I wrong on this? Maybe we should have had a different candidate, even if he wins. Maybe it could have been somebody else. We could have had a different Medicare for All supporter, a different universal healthcare supporter, a different person who wanted to cut aid to Israel. Maybe we could have had someone different. Like anything short of him harming kids won't make him lose his support. I mean, like, he was in Blackwater. Like, that's the kid harming, agency. He did 4 tours in Iraq and Afghanistan. Like, not possible. There's only one person who lives in Maine. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what to say. I don't know what else I could say about this. I wait for the stories to drop. But like, you can't craft a more insane set of circumstances for a single candidate. I've never in my entire 25 years of life seen a single candidate with this much baggage. Never. This is the most baggage I have ever seen. Usually it's like one thing. It's like, oh, he cheated on his wife. Oh, he did sexual assault. Oh, he has a past of Reddit comments or stuff. It's one thing. There's so much. It would have just been easier to pull the trigger in August and pick somebody up. I don't know. I'm not looking forward to the story dropping and seeing people defend it. That's going to piss me off the most. I know it's going to happen. Why would media outlets reach out to Koglinski about this story? That's why I think it's Plattner's team. I mean, it could be somebody on Plattner's team, or it could just be somebody who's familiar with the story. Like, I know people who, like, it could be something like Eric Swalwell, right? Eric Swalwell was a known sex pest and creep. Eric Swalwell was a known sex pest and creep in the California politics space. I've talked to people, I've talked to women who was like, yeah, I have a story with Eric Swalwell, or I know somebody who has a story with Eric Swalwell. Right? So when it dropped, I wasn't surprised because I literally heard that from people in my day-to-day life. Right? So it could be a situation like that where it's something that people knew about, but nobody came forward with, right? Until it happens, until somebody does. He's talking to every Dem Machine staffer. Yeah, he's disgusting sex pest. Right? And that caused him to drop out. Like, I don't know. I hate all of this. unless they were sitting on it banking, he would lie. Pretty sure Fox News stated something along these lines. I just want this to be over. Me too. It's tiring. It's tiring. It's tiring. It could have been so simple as we find a different candidate. We shouldn't even be so focused on this race to begin with, right? This should not be like a referendum race to like hinge the left on. You know, it could have been so simple if people just being like, she's not my favorite. I wouldn't have chosen him if I was drawing straws, but he's all we have, so you know, it's whatever. And then we didn't have to hear about him a bajillion times to see why it's okay for him to have a Nazi tattoo. You know what I mean? We'll see. It's been blowing my mind the amount of ride or dies for some rando best of the worst in Maine. People are so dug in, and now I got Platinum Lovers and Bad Amount of Ultras attacking like FD being racist. Yeah, that's bad empanada. That's what I expected of him. You know, as I've always said. Right? And to be fair, Bad empanada is like not dissimilar from a Fetterman situation. Bad empanada only has the clout that he has because people propped him up when he was going against Ethan Klein. You know what I mean? Excuse me. Get it from both sides of white leftists. Yeah. Also, yeah, no, Winston-Salem is in North Carolina. Also, there is a Salem, North Carolina. Pretty sure. That's where the Salem witch trials happen. Unless I made that up to make North Carolina feel important. Salem is in New England. Many Salems? There is many Salems. Salem, Massachusetts? That was Massachusetts, wasn't it? Nah, I'm pretty sure it was North Carolina. There's also a Salem, Oregon, apparently. The more you know. You learn something every day. What if they all had the same witch trials that happened? Think about that. I think it was just Ethan Klein and shit. Prior to that, he was at least somewhat respected for his long form videos, even if he wasn't as popular. Sure, but like I'm talking about more of the notoriety, right? Like he was like a smaller YouTuber that had like I think like 60,000 like subscribers. Like he wasn't like as prominent as he was. People were not looking to like at him as like an idol to stand, really. You know? I feel bad for FDs. He's called a lib Zionist because he didn't make a video on genocide. He's called one for not supporting Platinum. There's no winning online. Yep. That's kind of how it is. Kind of how it is. He became the guy carrying the torch against Ethan and grifted it. It was just because he was like more mean. You know? Because he was more mean. People were like, yeah, be mean to Ethan. Instead of just like actually having like substantive like principled critiques. Any person you with the horns, awesome. Oh, thank you. Anyway, we'll wait for more of the Platinum stuff. Um, hmm. But I'm trying to check something out. Anyway, I think that's it. Nitpick to make with the FT video. I'm surprised. I'm surprised. Have not surprised. The fact the second thought was removed from Nebula V. Palestine too early wasn't mentioned. No, I think that's fair. Fair. That would be okay if I restream you while doing my makeup. I mean today I'm ending stream, so you wouldn't be able to do it today. But sure, I don't mind it. This is crazy. On the Atlanta train. Oh Lord. I just saw this on the Atlanta train. Arch I'm sorry. I got one word in. Arch communist? That's hilarious. That's really funny. Arch communist Hassan Piker, new leader of the Democratic Party, calls to overthrow America. Communism was created to destroy the two-parent family and capitalism engine of production, end quote, in parentheses, to destroy, underlined, the human race. The Democratic Party was the Confederacy during the Civil War, 1861 and 1865. The Democratic Party hierarchy is communist. They plan to turn America over to the Chinese Communist Party if they get back into the White House. That is really funny. That is hilarious. I love that. I love that. I support this. I support this king with his message. When are you going to Atlanta? I was in Atlanta like a week or 2 weeks ago, like a month ago. Sure, I was. You're going to Atlanta Pride? No, I'm going back to move my stuff away from Los Angeles. I'm going to school, so I gotta go move my stuff from LA. Would you ever keep pet shrimp? No, I'd eat it. I like shrimp. It's delicious. But there's never been an Atlanta anarchist. They go so hard. I know everyone is fleeing California, as they should. Not joking, but like, nah, I'm going to school. Oh, do you have to take Nick's with you to school? Of course, I'm taking Nick's with me to school. I would not. So if you're in DC, you might see me walking around with Nick's. We're gonna walk past the White House. This is going to be an accountant, remember? True. Nick's is also getting a master's degree. Shrimp is a prime butter vehicle. That's about it. How do y'all feel about lobster? You're gonna be in DC, GG. Yeah, I'm gonna be in DC. Are you dropping streaming? Chewy crabs are better. I love crab. You see this yet? It's the Grand Platinum thing. The answer is yes. Oh, right. I forgot the state of play stuff. No, I did not. Is this Fetterman on Grand Platinum? Okay. Fetterman on Platinum. Let me make a deal. I'll tell B Hustle I'll wear a suit every day if he releases all those text messages that he had with the dozen women. Honestly, I like this deal. Rose said twin. I was covering Platinum now, not sure if you care. What about Platinum? The question. Covering Hannity, talk about Platinums. The Fox's second bottom, I think. Okay, I don't care for that. It's gonna be like, Grand Platinum is the Democrat or whatever. Ryan Graham knew about it yesterday, apparently. Ryan Graham on Breaking Point's AMA yesterday said there was another Platinum scandal coming. He has seen it. Given it's apparent open secret amongst connected people, I doubt it's campaign ending, though. Knew it? I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Watch this polling go up. I mean, I don't think this will affect his polling. I don't. There's literally very, very few things that can affect his polling at this point. Or like not affect his polling, but like make people change their minds on it. There's a far-right activist he once dated. Might want to take that with a grain of salt. Oh, is it the far-right activist he once dated? Might want to take it with a grain of salt. I have no clue. All he said is what I put in the tweet. Pretty sure it was a former Heritage Foundation employee who now works for an anti-trans outfit that coordinates with Republicans. That's the rumor, at least. Am I crazy? Can they not do this? Am I tripping? Also, yeah, I dated a far-right activist. Good to know. That's also an interesting thing. But like, can we not do this? Keep scrolling. How is that remotely something that would work? Someone he dated 5 years ago is a bad person now. Sounds like bad judgment. That he isn't with her anymore. How does that work? More like 12 to 14 years, actually. Yeah, but Keith Edwards did say more than one woman. By the wait and see the story. We don't know anything. Yeah. But like, it just seems weird to do this. Well, actually, she works for the Heritage Foundation, so therefore she can't be sexually assaulted. Is that the implication? Actually, he is a pro-Medicare for all person, and she worked for the Heritage Foundation. So who do you really want to believe? This man who is pro-Medicare for all, or this Heritage Foundation employee? Like, the story's not even out yet, bro. Just say, hey, I want to wait for the story to drop. We should wait for the story to drop. That's it. That's it, bro. That's it. That's literally it. That's it. That is it. That's it. That's all you have to say. Just wait for the story to drop. You're talking, they're literally coming out preemptively to discredit the allegations that we don't know about. The allegations have not even dropped yet, and they're already spinning the gamut to try to discredit it. We don't even know what happened yet. Wait for it to drop before like running defense. I doubt Ryan Gray would respond this way, given that he knows details if it was sexual assault. I disagree. I disagree. Ryan Graham has been shown to like bend over backwards to defend Graham Plattner for indefensible stuff. So I don't think it's sexual assault. Well, stop thinking. Stop thinking. You're not no more thinking. You're not allowed to think. I don't care what you think. Wait for it to drop. Wait for the allegations to drop. Please, for the love of everything. Just wait for it to drop. You don't have to defend it. Just say we're gonna wait for it to drop. It's that simple. From cleaning, I feel bad for Maine. They have no good candidates no good pick for candidates. Definitely agree, but at the same time, unfortunately, I think fighting this U.S. military, I think fighting in the U.S. military is cool and awesome. I have not seen, so it's not seen as worse than or comparable to sexual assault. I mean, he joined Blackwater, so I see it as like, also bad. You feel me? And Ryan Graham, whose entire reporting is like on the woes of the foreign enterprise of American, of the American military, like, yeah, I would expect, you know what I mean? I expect you to be at least a little bit aware of like how that could look and see. But he let Graham Plattner like wash his involvement. Even if it's sexual assault, I doubt Platinum will drop his campaign. I mean, obviously he's not going to. Yeah, Ryan Grimm was more mad that Platter did a rallyless waltz than anything else he's done. Exactly. Disappointing to say at least. Do you know if Jeremy Scale has been defense for Platter? I hope not. I haven't seen Jeremy Scale's like coverage on Platter. I don't think it's been as full throatedly pro Platter that I've seen from like Ryan Grimm. He covers it like this. Yeah, I didn't think so. But we'll see. That's all. That's my take. I want to wait for the allegations to drop. I was originally ready for Senate, but then dropped to the House instead. Let's see. Oh no, he's for red flag laws. He hates this guy. Platter hates this guy probably. What is his take on Palestine? I don't think he has a take on Palestine. Yeah, there's no Palestine here. What about Israel? How about foreign? No. So it's so common in the military today. I would not be surprised if Platter did have that as an ex-vet. He has too many red flags. He even tried. I'm tired of hearing about him and not other candidates in other races. I am right there with you. Right? I mean, we know that sexual assault is rampant in the military. Freaking Tectone's dad, perfect example. So this is my take. There's no need to preemptively defend him, nor preemptively discredit the victim. Because we don't have any information on it. It's like you don't need to do that. Just wait for the allegations to drop. That's my take. Just wait. Is Trump supporting Susan Collins? Honestly, I don't think so. I haven't seen Trump support Susan Collins. I think Trump hates his party, to be fair. I think he hates most of them. I honestly, the only thing that I've seen Trump full-throatedly support somebody was against Thomas Massie. Because he can't stand Thomas Massie. Not saying that he won't support people, but the only thing that I've seen from Trump to actively go out of his way to support somebody is against Thomas Massie. He's like, bro, I hate Thomas Massie. I hate that guy. That's it. He's tagged Platter and Tyler. He hasn't tagged Platter and Tyler Rico. I saw the Tyler Rico stuff, but I just know that I don't think I've seen him talk positively. Susan Collins needs to win because she's the greatest or whatever. From what I understand, but I mean, she's obviously the Republicans' pick. That's not up for debate in my personal opinion. But yeah, any final thoughts? Yes, he got asked about Platter. Oh, jeez, freaking Louise. I love AOC being saved by AOC's commitment to never ever get involved in a single primary ever in her entire life. She has saved herself from having to deal with the Platter thing.
Should Democrats abandon Graham Platter after these messages came out, these sexually explicit messages they sent to women?
I haven't waded into that primary. I don't believe the primary has occurred yet. So
this is true. She does it for Graham Platter, but not for Galindo. She didn't. She had to endorse the Zionist pro cop opponent to Galindo, but she could have just done this for Galindo as well. By the way. She could have said this as well for Glinda and be like, listen, I haven't really gotten involved with the primary in San Antonio. There was zero reason for her to endorse the pro cop candidate. She did not need to do that.
You know, again, I don't weigh in on that. I haven't weighed in on that race.
Should Democrats abandon Graham Plattner after the...
I think it is interesting, though. It is interesting that she kind of like is pulling back from the Plattner race. That is interesting to me. Isn't this for the sex scandal thing? Yes, this is for the sex scandal thing. The sexting scandal thing. But it's interesting that she's playing from afar. Far from AOC, I think. So I'm like, now you're going to leave 30 minutes ago. Listen, if it's relevant, I'll take a little look-sees. But yeah. Oh, excuse me. What platform is a scoop on Platter? Is it being frontlined by credible orgs? But when I see people talk about it via Twitter, nothing's dropped yet for the new stuff. So we're waiting and seeing. It was Washington Post, not Wall Street Journal. I'm pretty sure it was Washington Post. Right? Am I tripping? I was right. Okay, I think it was Washington Post. It was two. They're racing to drop. See. Oh, New York Times, Washington Post. Those were the two. I remember. I have a good memory. Anyway, we'll see. We'll see. If something does drop, honestly, I might go live again. I don't have anything specifically planned for today. But yeah. Any final thoughts? Planner wins in November. Liberals will pass out. No, they won't. Liberals have coalesced around him by and large. There's like a small contingent of like centrists that haven't, but like the establishment have realized that like we're not fighting this fight anymore. Like Schumer has endorsed him. Tim Walz is campaigning with him. Like liberals have been like, okay, whatever, you're our guy now. Right? Centrists still haven't, because centrists are losers. And centrists would rather like centrists have been endorsing what's it called? Susan Collins. Not because they care about Graham Plattner, because they just like losing. They say, oh, Graham Plattner has a chance to win. Time to endorse against him because I want to be for losers. You know what I mean? That's all centrists do. But by and large, liberals have coalesced around him. We'll see. I think that's it. That's all. Any final thoughts? Probably for a vote to keep Chuck in power. Yes, but like it's I don't see it happening regardless. You know what I mean? They probably think like maybe we can get him on our side, but like I don't foresee it. I think that's it. Schumer's a savvy politician? Not really. He's no Nancy Pelosi. Nancy Pelosi is the savvy politician. Schumer's only there by accident. Schumer's the most unpopular Dem in Congress right next to Fetterman. He's gone? Yeah. I think that's it. That's okay. Bye, YouTube chat.